Kyoko.
But here what happened? I was the type of fellow they call all the Calypso, then we died with Spitfire, telling me that he went to St. Vincent, now my mother from St. Vincent, and when they want to grind cocoa in St. Vincent, they used to grind cocoa with their foot. Everybody take off the shoes and wash their foot and they put around the cocoa and they start to sing this song. I said, what song they started to sing? And he started singing and said this was the Vincentian twang. And the Vincentian song for grinding cocoa was the great name of the song. He said, man in kakaklu, cookie yoko, and I'm afraid of it. So I used it in my version. I said, and that time, all the Calypsonians from here, but over there was trying to sing Calypso, so this was the action.
I'll refresh our mind.
Last Calypso season, Lord Blake you in St. Vincent. Last Calypso season, Lord Blake you in St. Vincent. So they had a competition to crown the king Calypsonian. When they crowned the Calypso king, this is the song that the fella sing, and he cry out, man in kakaklu, cookie yoko. Well, that was my version. Man in kakaklu, cookie yoko. Wake up, girl, and put on your frock. Wake up, girl, you know where the cock. Wake up, girl, and come out we go. A man in kakaklu. Well, in St. Vincent, there is a cock used to wake them in the morning. 6 o'clock.
Another Calypso that stands out in my mind was the year that Sparrow lost to Douglas, and you made a Calypso called Sparrow Lost. Tell us about that.
No, it's a funny thing, but I was in Savannah that year, and he sang on Douglas, and I sat around just say, why you sing on the man? Man is a Calypso like yourself. But when Bomber come and win him now, I will, that was my time. The Calypso was a tragic moment. When he recovered, he started ball. When he lose decision, he get giddy, faint and fall. Was the competition for the Calypso king. You know the bold-faced Grenadian Sparrow really thought he would win. I go talk because I care. He get the licking fear. Was up in Savannah, he get hit by the mighty bomber. Who wasn't there could hear, and who was there could see. So he could walk out now and tell the public again, the robber will be here. You have to take that. But the part of the Calypso I like is father. He shouldn't get on so. Mama used Sparrow start to cry. His eyes should have been angry, and friends I won't tell you why. Like Trinidad of no Calypsonian, a vex still a bloom and a turn back red. They take the crown from one Grenadian and put it on the next one head. But my Grenadian kind of it's a kind of Mangai thing I didn't joke with. They had to take that. All of us is friends, and I find everybody to take a little Mangai.
Now your career started in the 50s and 54. And I remember, I think it was early 70s, around 73, there was a controversy where you and Kitch decided you were not going to be Savannah. Can you recall that day?
Yes, I can't remember what song I sang, but what happened, I noticed that the CD that time was CDC, not CNC. Not NCC, sorry. It was CDC, Canada Development Committee. They want to pick who they want. But they used to have me, Bomber, and Killer picking the Calypsonian. I find that was right. You understand? So
You refuse to?
yes, I refuse. I say, look, me and go right on that. Give them enough fellas the chance.
Records show that the last year that you made it to the finals of the match was 1976. Can you shed some light on that?
Well, you can. What is the thing that here? What is that? But it is a thing like that, all in all, I can't remember.
All right, I want you to tell me now, if in retrospect, looking back at your Calypso career, from the years that you sang with Sparrows Tent and then the year when you opened your own Victory Calypso tent, tell us about those years.
Oh, well, I think I had the people under control because I was a laughing Calypsonian and I make fun all the time with the audience because I figured that if a fellow leave his home to come out to listen to Calypso, he come to enjoy himself or to ease off some of the worries if he have any at his home, to come to relax in it. And so when I sing, I make a fun of it. I make you laugh. But this is what my head, this is what my head in Calypso. To me, the man who comes to the tent, I enjoy himself.
A lot of the Calypsonians took credit to as a person who gave them a break, people like Rio, and I remember Valentino sang at the Victory tent also, and I remember you singing as many as 4 tunes on a night when the crowd wanted you.
Yeah, if I do a joke, let me song like, I even give Sparrow a break. That time they had Dirty Jim in Southie. And the 2 people was running Dirty Jim was DC Sagalba and Skipper. Skipper is in somewhere in St. Croix now. And I carry Sparrow there. And I said, I call them, and Sparrow coming up the alley center. And when the 2 of them reached close, we reached close to one another, I say, I'm here now. These are young Calypsonian, you know, you want to get in the tent to sing. And Skipper turned to me and said, the tent full. And he and the sister got back torn away. And he walking back up the center. So when they reached about 15 yards away from me, I turn and say, Sagalba, he is a Grenadian like you will. And he come back to walk back down and say, point to the car and say, you sing it, come later. Yeah.
Do you still compose calypsos?
All the time. The last calypso I composed is a calypso I do last week. Because I figure that Sunday night, that competition they had Sunday night wasn't right. They didn't judge it right. Although they give the boss, because I said, Sparrow the boss, I said. But I find they didn't do it right. So I composed a calypso on it.
So you look forward to that in 93 then?
You will get that.
In 93?
Definitely, because I want to sing. I would like to sing with Krishna or Shaka. Any one of them 2 tents, because there are 4 new tents going to open this season. I see it on the papers.
You have to be.
I have to be now.
Looking back on your career, what has been the high point or your finest moment?
The first year.
1954.
Because here, for I to go on that stage, and so I started drink alcohol. Because if I to go on that stage, I was so scared. This is spoiler. Pour a drink in a glass. That tall, says, take a drink. And this is the only how I could have sing to the public. I have to mix up my head to sing.
To get in the right mood.
That's right, that's the way to get in the right mood to sing to the audience. I warning everybody, so listen to Lord Blakey. Soak me and start back again, from my yard to Port of Spain. I warning all bachelor women to be careful of them. I nearly died with fright. They get one sucking me neighbor last night. She start calling, murder police. My neighbor start calling, murder police. Everyone came running, murder police. Bring the barrel attack. Neighbor, all you come here quick. Look at a hole of soup here. After the bacchanal over, I went next door by my neighbor. She started to explain. Neighbor Blakey, I was feeling shame. Cause I had on a short merino and I forgot to lock the door. He crawled in and all of me to put soap. And I really took me a good start of it.
Good morning. I'm waiting on the president to come back here so we could start officially. Otherwise, I would have started, so I explained it to you. You know. In the meanwhile, we'll continue to watch our video. I'm going to take you back to Vinci now, Monty. You're going to look at Fatty Dan way back in, where you Fatty Dan? Career guidance. Lennox, remember where that is? Me see how good. Fatty Dan, career guidance. Remember where you?
Fatty Dan.
You remember the song? Okay. Well, we remember the year, the song and everything, and what it was like. How many years that would be with the maths person? Vogue, how many years?
Going on the street, she's not getting on.
1992 to now, Vogue. How many years is that?
Hello, Makadagan.
Yeah.
That's 36.
Oh.
26 and 8, 34 years.
Well, that's how long plus I've been in this business. I've been in this business almost 40 years. People like Willis and Brian driving all across this country. So Brian, thanks for coming, Willis. Thanks for being here. Bunty, you can find the video?
Goes
In the meanwhile, we have Mikey and... okay, yeah.
Should be doing the regular, which also is a party number. The first number she did was career guidance, social commentary, but this time she's going on the street, she's not getting on WASI as a poster has done, nor is she jamming Victoria as Mancipi has done, but she is a reveler in Carnival, and Carnival has a certain amount of revelry. So let's take in Fatty Dan, stage side.
What year it was? 1992. And yes, I was engineering there. Y'all had any feedback? Dexter, you've been complaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the drum machine go down kutum, kum, kutum, kutum, kum, kutum. And this is why in 1992, you already realize the band started right away? Yeah, okay. So we should be going forward, not backward. And today, we hope to discuss all of these things and improve. Kaba, come, you hold up the show all the time.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. Friends, companions of our beloved art form called Calypso. I am pleased. Scotty, we starting with the speeches?
Yeah, we're starting now.
Okay, well, just to say that the CEO had indicated that he'll be late, and the minister is expected to attend as well. Having said that, let me then formally address you as a friend, as a colleague, and all of you as vital stakeholders. And I not use that adjective lightly. I use it with passion, conviction, and commitment. Welcome to another adjudicators/judges workshop hosted by the SVG Calypso Association. As part of our mandate, we are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that our judges are refreshed with the necessary knowledge. Because you are an important cover to development, growth, and spreading the gospel of our beloved art form, Calypso, Raga Soca. Today, we'll be looking at several areas. We're looking at the judges' criteria with the possibility of changing if necessary. We're looking at the role of the judges. And another important feature here is that we have invited Calypsonians, because we want them to be au fait with the process of judging. We all know from time to time there are complaints from various Calypsonians, and it is fair to say that we cannot please everyone. The most important thing is for the Calypsonians and the general public to see that the judges has acted in fairness. There will always be subjectivity. It's not something we can rule out. So, I expect you to watch your paces. I know, I'm not saying I believe, having worked with you over the years, that you are competent and that you are fair. That is my belief, my firm opinion. On the SVGC side, we have seen it fit to rebrand. And sometime today, I'm going to enlist your opinions as to which of the logos we should choose to be part of our rebranding process. We are also reviewing our strategic plan. It's time enough. 5 years has gone, and it's time for us to refresh, just as we are refreshing you. We are also, it seems like this is a reviewing session here, reviewing our constitution with a view to having elections very soon after Carnival. It is one of the reasons why you have not had election, because there have been issues concerning which constitution, because there are several. But we have made a firm decision that we are going to review this particular constitution, and at the end of the exercise, we are going to hold our elections. Carnival, speaking of Carnival now, the CDC will have their media launch on Tuesday, 7th of April, to the 4th. And in keeping the theme, Great Escape, they are going to use a catamaran and sail down to that place where they have Pirates of the Caribbean. And all the speeches will be done on the catamaran. On the 11th of April, that's next Saturday, there will be the launch of Vinci Mass, as I told you, this theme, The Great Escape. A lot is going to be unsure. If the CEO comes, when he comes, he can elaborate on both the media launch and the launch of Carnival. What I am telling you though, is that all the components at the launch will be given a bar. And I am begging you, pleading with you, going down on my knees, come and support all the bars, but especially the St. Vincent and Grenadines Calypso Association bar. Once again, I'm not going to be very long now. I want to wish you all the best. And remember, judging season starts on the 6th of June 2026 when we travel to New York. The 10th season starts before that. In fact, Upstage Experience will kick the ball off the 23rd of May when they journey to Sandy Bay. And several of the tents are thinking of having shows outside of our headquarters, which is auditorium. It will be remiss of me if I want to name the tents. So, in New York, I'm going to use this tension of having been the only country to have a tent in diaspora, and that tent is aptly named Dynamite Calypso Tent. In St. Vincent and Grenadines, we have Upstage Experience, On Tour, Graduates, and the new kid on the block, Calypso Cabaret. The shows will be held this year Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. We have another tent, which I must make mention of, and that is the Windward Calypso tent that has met some challenges, but they are adamant, they are committed that they will return in 2027. With that said, have a fruitful, productive workshop. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, President. Monty, do we have dynamites online as yet? Who we have there? Could you find out? Yeah, roll call. In the meantime, we need to introduce ourselves, and we'll start with Virgo, the statistician. Bell, microphone going down that way. We have to use the mic so the people in New York can hear us, right?
Just a brief.
Yeah, brief introduction. And New York, you could send a message in the chat so Monty can know who all we have there, whether it's Rejector or whoever.
Stand up.
Yes, Alban Cummins, known in the Calypso world as the Mighty Virgo. Well, I've been singing many years ago. I started at the Teachers College. Then I think that was 1974 or something like that. And after I was out and in the competition, some of my songs I don't hear them on the radio. Like Too Many Criminals. I think that's a song that should be played today. We don't hear that on the radio, right? However, I became a Calypso judge too, and a number of years I've been chief judge. And I continue to like the art form. Even though I have accepted the Lord, I am still in the Calypso business because it is art. And I do not recognize art as any sinful thing. Actually, if there's a good Calypso, it's a good Calypso. It's a work of art. So, and I like Calypso. As a matter of fact, Calypsos are more difficult to compose than gospel songs. Right?
All right, thank you very much, Virgo. This, if you want to make a hit song, you have to sing for the Lord. You all know who sang that? Huh? Mystic Paula. He has a song like that, Calypso.
Greetings and love to the ones then. I am Barbadian by birth and Vinci by growth. Yeah.
I started in the Calypso arena. I never really checked to sing Calypso. I should have told around them that, eh? And I actually used it because reggae was not getting promoted. And even though I was singing Calypso for a while, I still didn't love Calypso until I went to Trinidad and I heard Calypso. From the time you wake up to the time you're resting, Calypso right through. And I must tell them, I love Calypso. And Calypso is something very serious.
Thank you very much, Rastaman. Well, let's remember the intro to that. Fire in you. Rastaman, wait, hold on, Rastaman. You remember the intro? Come with us, let me hear you. You have familiarized people in here, some people might know. And this Rastaman, how many years ago this was?
86.
1986, yeah.
Yeah.
And those were the days you won with field tapes, Dexter, and cutting the record at wall. And Rastaman, the record finished and the song that wasn't finished. All right, next. Thank you very much, Rastaman. I'm glad that you're still in the art form.
I'm Andrea Gainsmoras. I'm judging since 2023. I am a trained vocalist by profession, a musician, and I would have been involved in Calypso or Carnival through singing the national anthem of many events, and been a member of New King Singer and involved in the local music arena for the past 20 years. So that's me. I'm one of the judges for the Calypso.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And Andrea, you didn't judge last year, right? No.
I was out of the country last year.
Okay, all right. Oh, you was on some special big thing up in America. Well, you're going back up there, right? Don't worry. Trump soon finishes his term of office. Next.
Good morning, everyone. Janelle Allen is the name. Trained musician, educator, human resource professional. Been judging for about 3 or 4 years formally at the panorama level, Calypso, Soca Monarch, pageants. Happy to be here and willing to contribute.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Marla Nanton James here. I am a communication specialist by profession, working in the domain of education, but I'm also a musician. I've served as a player, arranger, composer, teacher, and I've been judging for quite a number of years, I believe close to 10.
Yeah, and both Janelle and Marla judged for the last 3 years consecutively. Next.
Morning, everybody. My name is Joshua Lewis. I'm a singer-songwriter, producer, and musician.
AKA?
Chobo. Yeah.
Morning. My name is Akil Augustus, musician.
Good morning. I'm a cultural actor out of Trinidad and Tobago, guesting today.
Right. And Akil judged for the last couple of years as well.
Dexter Rose. I've been with you.
And Dexter judged for a number of years. He didn't judge last year.
Lennox Newman, we were dabbling in everything related to Calypso for many years.
Lennox was the judges coordinator for the last 20 years, including last year, judges coordinator. And it's good that we have Lennox here because when we go into this session reviewing 2025, his input will be very valuable. No, Lennox doesn't deal with the scores or anything like that. That's the auditor.
Old painter, been judging in the business here for over 25 years, Calypso, Soca, did work in Trinidad, Barbados, Antigua, St. Lucia, Grenada.
Thank you very much, Spinner.
Good morning, everyone. Max from Holder. Nice to meet you all.
About yourself, you're saying name.
Yes, Max from Holder. I'm a lawyer by profession and lecturer. And I've
lecturer
in law.
Okay, so you're a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay.
Brian Alexander, musician for over 40 years.
Brian, I find it 40, you can't be at 40, Brian. You're trying with Yeah, well, Brian is legendary. For those of you who don't know, online distant founder of Touch, the man who had the most road march in this country, who arranged many songs, Brian. People listen all over the world, so we have to give you kudos. Next.
Angela Chapman, aka Da Vinci. I sing with the Ontario Calypso team. I'm also the treasurer, secretary, kind of person for the Calypso Music Association.
Yeah, and well known for the song Don't Get Paranoid.
Good morning, Monty Constance, founder Ranger Bishop College Stillman, judging for over 20 years, tried to play a lot of instruments, including the violin, my last instrument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monty.
Marvel Brian Morgan. I represent the Onto Calypso tent. I'm representing Onto and Dynamite's cultural organization today, as well as SVG.
Oh, if people don't know as SVG and Marvel, you take the mic from your wife.
The St. Vincent Association of Music Professionals. Most persons in the room are members, and I hope those who are not will join.
Thank you, Marvin.
From Morgan, I'm here for the knowledge information.
Phil, come on, introduce yourself properly. People living in all over the world.
I'm former member of the band Black Sun. They don't sing to them for a number of years.
What instrument?
Drums.
Okay. So, Phil is a drummer, and he's also an engineer as well. He tries to sing sometimes. I don't know how good he is with that. Next.
Good morning, Franklin Edwards. Everyone calls me Maxie. Practicing attorney for about 28 years in New York. Been involved in entertainment since I was since 1972 as a performer, 3 years as a manager, entertainment attorney, promoter, and as a judge for about almost 20 years, off and on.
And Max specializes in copyright issues. If somebody uses your music or any material without permission, check Max. This is not an ad, this is a public service announcement.
Good morning, everybody, especially those in the diaspora. I bring you warm greetings from the William side of the country, especially Sugar City.
Why Sugar City? Why Sugar City?
Georgetown on the William side.
Yeah, people listen all over the world, in Germany, all over Switzerland.
On the William side. And if they want to know exactly speaking, I'm James Brown from one of the second oldest community, Dixon Village. Dixon. I'm here to learn, and it's a pleasure being around the export. I would take all the information and gather here. When people start to criticize and for the positive and the good, I could drop in and say, okay, this is that and that.
All right, you said it dicks what? Dixon. And you come and say criticize, and not criticize, it's critique. All right, not criticize, critique, which means we're going to dissect, we're going to look at it to see where we're going good and where we can improve. So it's not criticize. Vincent shouldn't say criticize, but critique. Next.
Okay, good morning everyone again. My name is Roger Manton, aka Auntie G. I'm a stranger in the Calypso field. I've been around as I can win with 50 them, so I'm trying about maybe 40 years or so. I am a Calypso and I'm also the leader of the Women Calypso team. A team that I've been struggling with, but I'm not going to give up. With the help of my colleagues, I'm sure that we're going to, with God's help, I'm sure we're going to be there for God's will. I'm a member of Cabinet with Cabaret?
Cabaret, yeah.
With IPA, and at this moment I take the opportunity to congratulate IPA and the team. I wish him very much success for the season. Thanks again for everyone who's been here, and I'm sure that we're going to win something.
So, Jane, what else are you known for?
Well, let's get to the main Facebook activity of SVG.
Yeah, Jane does an excellent job.
I'm sure some of you will be following me, but to all the people on the line, thank you very much. I'm sure, as I said, because I'm going to something. Thank you so much.
So you share the live already? You share the live?
No,
you share the live, Jane. Let's people see what you're doing. Keep up good work.
Thank you very much.
Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fitzroy Wadi, and I'm a Calypsonian singing with the upstage consultant.
How long are you singing reggae?
10 years now, sir.
10 years? Yes, you made the semis yet? Are you finals? So you're going to try to make the semis? And yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Agnew. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dennis Stevens, better known as Lady D. I started singing in 1990, started singing Calypso in 1994. I'm now presently a member of the Upstage Calypso Tent, and I'm here to represent Upstage in this symposium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lady D. Yeah, don't move yet. Rastaman has one more.
Yeah, I kind of feel wrong because something happened just now that I should have done, right? But then you said introduce yourself, right? So, enough questions going around, right? Because you mentioned a new tent. So I should have said at the beginning that I am now touring with the Calypso Cabaret tent, the new tent, right? So, seeing I hear and the daughter said before I said, why I should have said it, but then at the same time you said introduce yourself. Everybody's just here, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rastaman I. What volume is singing this here, Rastaman I? Alright, Paul, you are coming later walking. You think you're Prime Minister?
Yeah, I want everybody to see you when I come.
Except me, I'll buy drinks. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to form some small groups, and I want... No, I can't introduce anybody, no, I got to talk for too long. We're moving on. You come a little bit too late, but you'll get a chance later on, you know what I mean? So what we're going to do, we're going to split in some small groups, and I want you to review the entire Calypso season last year, from the shows that the association had into the prelim, into the semi-finals, into the finals. Okay? Let me repeat it. You're going to look at the shows that are not the prelim. You want something, Kaba? Okay. Then you're going to do the prelim, the semis, and the finals. For example, I got a complaint from the engineering people that bands not coming for song check, and in the middle of the show, they're cussing them. In 2024, 2025, 2026, that can be acceptable. I got a complaint from the number of the judges that the band's wasting time because earlier I mentioned the drum start and the drum going wrong, and then he pop, 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 and then it gone back up, and a minute and a half gone, and people ain't start to sing. So things like those, all right? Okay? Whatever you think is important. Now also, as I said, if you're critiquing, you have to say what is good. So just don't only give me negative things. Give me things that are very positive that you think we need to maintain. Everybody clear? Good. So here we're going to do. Bell, you would locate the groups for me. Mr. President, could you come here please and come off the phone? Monty, how many persons we have online from Dynamites? Well,
yeah.
You're not the engineer, just tell Monty. Right, well, good, but I need you here.
Thank you.
So, Bell, you locate the groups. Who are we going to put to lead the groups? Give me the leaders.
I mean, the leaders? No, I think I go for this approach. Put yourself in groups and then choose the leader amongst yourself. Democracy. How many persons you have here? How many you want? You're the facilitator. How many persons you have here? Could you have groups of four that no money here? No, four. Let me see how many you get it for. 5, groups of 5, let's see. So we just go in. You know what? I don't want just two things. I personally think that we should not just go like this way. No, I don't think so. You might get too much of the sameness. Yes, you might get too much of the sameness. So what we're going to do is your number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? All the ones go together, all the twos together, you get the drift. So start with you.
3, 5, 2, 5, 1.
Okay, so all the ones, we want them over there, Bell, where are the ones? Right, wait over there. Right where I'm standing, all the ones. Where you want all the two, Mr. Anderson? All the twos can go over there. Let's take them over there. All the twos. All the twos. This space over here. All the trees. You're going to remain on the...
This last group at 5?
That first.
Ronald, you got to join this group.
Right, all the trees remain where you are. Just remain where you are now. I mean, remain at the table. All the trees. All the trees.
When they ask for 5 years, how many people have in this group? How much people have in the group?
Trees all the company. Huh? All right. Number 4. You see where Bella using his trolley? Number 4. Over there. Number 4. Number 4 over right. Who doesn't know what's Bell? The man with the trolley, that's Bell. You go over there. All number 4s. That's 4. Observer, yes or no? You be part of the group. Observer, yes or no? Even if you're observer, you are free to join the group. Okay? Yeah. All we have to do when the others finish, this is a group, anybody else will come in this group. Yeah, 5, yeah. Remember the 5 was coming around, you know? Yeah, but I think you said it right. Yeah, we don't stay in here.
Because if everybody is trying to all these people in the house.
You hear, you three the Lennox, so three join the Lennox, and your part is okay. You're a friend, you know, and you have a wealth of knowledge of aficionado, man. Come on, yeah. Yeah. The same guy, the guy who said that, Dixon. No, you come in here, come in here, come here, come in, yeah. Colonel Lance. So, only 4 in that group. Penny in that group. Penny, you in that group over there? All right. You leaving, my brother? Kwame, you leaving? Well, you are free to say no, even if you come observer. Your man up, you could give you information, this information just all the time. You know, so. Good. We need somebody to say? Because 5, I was wondering how, and this group what? It must have 5, because if any group's not supposed to have 5, it's group 5. Because the last one. A group should. Kwame, go over there. Boy.
Everybody, good morning. Good morning.
Program or something. Program done here. Finish even paper. We'll send it to WhatsApp give you. And then tell this man, bring this man, can't leave them in case.
George?
Hey, Patrick. Patrick, go over by Brian. Yeah, go over by
That's too
Brian.
much. Put it somewhere else.
No, you go over by Brian.
Where put me?
You come in here.
What will the pack?
All that
didn't say. I gave you to bring up it. I just put them in and even start them out.
You didn't give what?
You even start them out. I tell you what they want, you even start them out. Just leave them there. I don't bring them, man. I give all and bring up while I go and shop for some stuff.
I didn't get it.
Step one. Let's step out there.
You remember that? Exactly. Yeah. But the pictures be different.
Something in the middle.
Find something close to the stage and they don't know whether that's because of the behavior and the judges are on that side. I have my own back and the judges and semi-final on that side.
No, we have not made it. But now we don't have to give it. Come here, girl. Still. If you absorb it, you could give your let me show you. Come here, sir. Come here.
Sometimes some people say they cannot. No, understand them.
Yes, you can. Yeah, but we don't set no, we have a meeting, so we don't say, we're not the one for talk. Yeah. All right. Alright, you don't hit that room? You don't break it on this now? I'm talking to you. What can you say? So much said. Send me the one. The minister sees on it. Say your media man. Then when I go shopping, put them put them and eat right. No, you ain't coming here.
It did not play. The song did not play.
you? How are you going to do? Just discussing stuff.
It's all about
Scotty, they're really discussing. Scotty, they're really discussing. Scotty. That's empty, right?
I know you left out there, but I will use them as a I know you're going to make my thing, right? Send you my headphones on, I'm in trouble. Send you my
You got one of them, sir? You got direct. No, you got papers on?
So this is the right song.
Yes, sir, you want it. This is what they're saying, whatever, if you have something, when you make a point, then you write it down.
Well, set back up the podium, Mike, because when we call them back, that's the minute we start.
With the arm thing, with the movie thing, the sheet. The sheet for registration, I'll move it. I want to be move it.
You could join this group.
Okay. Goodbye. This one here. Goodbye. Oh God, hold on.
Excuse me, could I have your attention? Could we regroup, please? Could I have your attention? Let's regroup back to the main area, please.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing? Good, good. No, this is not nice. No, this is because we have a seat. James, come up with a seat. Just jump back a little bit. Sorry.
Let me probably come by the end.
No, you're good. No, sit down.
I gotta get to it.
Unless you're... Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
James, come.
So, is there anything I don't have?
You know, listen. So what?
So, Mr. Lawyer, man, you give the copyright and all.
Thank you very much. I can see the commitment, the conviction, the passion within the different groups. And this augurs well for this exercise. So at this juncture, you may have noticed, but just in case you didn't notice, the Honorable Minister has joined us. I speak of none other than the Minister of Culture, Sports, Youth and Creative Industries, Honorable Keshaka Cupid. Let me also recognize several board members who are with us. Brian Pepe Alexander, you can stand in case people don't know you. Well, if they don't know this other person, there's something wrong. The bad man, who has now transformed to a good man. Alvin Denny, Zion. Remember? So, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to invite to address you, Honorable Keshaka Cupid.
Come here, taller than me, boy. Was orange, not red. What? What? Watch good, watch good. Just a little though. I put you color blind, man. Yeah, that's fine. Morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning to address you in this, what I could say, formal capacity. I must single out a number of persons who, well, you know, I just want to thank the Calypso Association, Calypsonian Association, for the distinct honor of inviting me to address you this morning. There are a number of cultural icons in our midst. not just calypso, but culture from a holistic level. I see Mr. Hyper Constance here. When I was smaller, I listened to a number of your calypsos. I followed Poster back then, but he's not here today. I see Mr. Bowman, former Ambassador Rose, acknowledge the presence of Mr. Cecil Blazer Williams, and all other cultural icons and lovers of culture. Culture is an integral part of our society. And calypso and its art form is a true foundation in which our Vincentian culture and heritage is based on, and a number of us here could identify with our cultural heritage. Growing up as a youngster, I was primarily into the art form, specifically calypso, social commentary to be specific. My father was a strong follower of calypso, and my relationship with him created this love for calypso as well too. And as I mentioned, Aipa, Skakes, Post, and some of the artists who I followed from back in the 80s. I'm not that old, in the 80s, the 90s, and you could say the millennium. I realized that calypso has evolved over time, right? And in order for us to maintain a certain standard, a high level of standard, we need to ensure that our craft is always honed, and in order for us to improve and perform at the highest level. Notwithstanding that, I believe this particular exercise or forum here this morning is very timely for each and every one of us. I realize that there are not many females here today, but this is something that I, as Minister of Culture, I would like to encourage. Need to see more females involved in calypso and the art forms. Also, there's a significant disparity, as we could see, with age, the demographics. And it is my ambition as Minister of Culture to ensure that our youths appreciate the art form, and so get involved in a meaningful way. As a former sporting and national cricketer, I know the importance of love for the game or love for a particular art form in order to ensure that you express your talent from within. We know the importance of love, not just through sports, but love for each other as well. When we love somebody, we go the extra mile for that person. And in the art forms too, the type of love in which we create or which is formalized within us would enable us to express our talent at a very high standard. Now, I must commend the organizers for facilitating this type of conference, this type of forum where we learn from each other. That is important. Each of us, they say no man is an island. And each of us, we have different capabilities, different strengths, different weaknesses. I heard you all were doing a SWOT analysis before I entered. So it's important that we learn from each other. And teamwork is essential for the success of not just this art form, but for the growth and development of our country. We must work as a team. No individual by himself or herself could move mountains. That is a misconception. And as the minister, it's important for me to dialogue, communicate with the various components of culture. We know Calypso plays an integral role in the art forms, and Carnival too. And we're about to have a media launch of our Carnival next week, Tuesday, and I'm hopeful that each person here would be very supportive of our Carnival. And also, we have our official launch next week, Saturday as well. And we know the importance Carnival plays in our culture, not just from a social standing, but also from an economic standpoint. And as a government, it's important that we create avenues or opportunities to ensure that there is sufficient financial resources entering our country so each and every one of us could benefit from a high level of economic growth. So there would be the spill-off effects from Carnival, and Calypso plays, as I said, a critical role in our heritage, our cultural heritage, and our development. They say politicians tend to speak long, but I don't want to be here for too long to bore you. I know you're excited to engage, to interact, and I just want to continue to encourage the president and his support and his executive to continue supporting and facilitating initiatives such as this. Because at the end of the day, the content, the skills that our Calypso demonstrates, when they express their various talent, the judging of this is essential for the continued growth and development of each Calypso. And without further ado, I just want to encourage participants to dialogue, learn from each other, and continue to support culture as a whole in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I'll give you a little trivia fact. I'm sure that one of your father's most favorite calypso is the Virgo. The Virgo, because the Dexter Rose, Stony Ground Man, Max, Stony Ground Man, Rasbu Montrose Man will tell you, at the Kingston Government School, we call Stony Ground, we had the famous Stevens, Cummins, and Cupid. Right, Max? Your father didn't teach me, Virgo taught me. Give me some licks in my backside too. Right, so what we're going to do, well, Mikey, come give me a little thing, man. Let me pass the mic. Let me drop the mic. Come. Give me a little something. Kwame, you sit down and stop making noise. Just sing, man, sing. Sing anything and then pass the mic.
All right. Let me see if I remember. Right now I have a problem in remembering the lyrics of most of my songs, right? But perhaps you remember this one. I'll give you a chorus. You got to sing them something jumpy, play them something sexy, so they could clap their hands, skin their teeth like ape and monkeys. Now that was a song that I sang on the judges really, because I felt that I was treated badly.
Virgo, we singing. You will be a brother? Patches, come. Come on, Patches.
I see they trying to keep me down. Trying to push me around, but I will survive. I must stay alive. They're trying to control my life, causing me real misery and strife, but I'll stay afloat. Them can't sink my boat.
Thank you. Come on, Rastamanai.
I used to think that America was more peaceful than Russia. But I stopped thinking, so now, since I've seen what they did to Afghanistan, Iraq, and even Venezuela, for they are claiming that they will rid this world of war and terrorism forever. But they still give it aid to the Israelis, and they dictative.
One Caribbean nation, da-da-da-da-da-da. One cultural projection, da-da-da-da-da-da. One God, one name, one destiny. If we want to live our lives happy, we got to check for unity, yeah.
Vince, you'll ever hear you know.
Studiation in the world today, because earth man crying and we got to pay. No need to get paranoid.
Brian, you had too much work. Give me something. You know, Brian does sing every song he play, I don't know. Batches. Come on, Marvo. Give me something, Marvo.
Me, mind you, Flossie. Girl, you belong to me. Me buy them panties. Girl, you is my comedy. Me pay your school fee.
That one dedicated to Brian. Okay. Now, here what the trouble, right? George Strong, they blind. They blind.
The blind. Sing the one, the blind.
They blind.
They say we blind. We blind. They say we blind. That was the man. I don't know the whole song. But I could sing one of mine. I want to sing one of mine. The world need more love. The world need more peace. More love in Russia, Europe and East Asia. More love in Canada, North and South America, in the Middle East. It's tribal fighting in the Caribbean. The crime rate rising. We need more love. The world need more love.
Thank you. Excellent. Right. No, Kwame, you coming to be this facilitator and the chairman. Kwame, boy, you never hear about me, you know. Ask him in the summer me in grammar school. Kwame, don't worry, you get a chance later. All right. Monty, you ready? Lady D? I miss you? Man, Lady D, you had too much good song. You push up your hand. Which one are you giving me?
You don't ever remember me in nothing.
The minister say you are only the fiddle.
1, 2, 3. Huh? Colonna and a bed. Nah. Rise, woman, take your price, woman, woman, empowering woman. Show your class, woman, you are boss, woman, 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 we are the foundation, yeah. Truly a champion, yeah. Old daddy fiddler, me say sweet daddy tune, Some of them hot girl nowadays, them nah no taste,
Watch, let's see Lady D. She don't even minister so.
No, that is the song he knows.
Boy, wake up here again. All right, Monty, we ready? We ready for Dynamite? We're going to hear the report from Dynamite. The projector need to come on. Bells? Nobody here for the projector? Monty, I turn on the projector and then link Dynamites. So, Kaba, we will go 1, 2, 3 down the road with the groups, with the reports. All right. Bell, you move the podium. Huh? Dynamites, we're waiting on you. We want your report. Marvo, could you find out what's going on? All right, let's go. Let's go with number one. Group one. Group one. Who's group one?
Group one.
Group number one. The ones. Who reporting? Who's group number one?
So you all didn't. Oh? Mama presenting. Okay, group number two then. Group number two. Who is the the presenter?
You turn off the projector again.
All right, good morning once again, everybody. Marla here, representing for Group 2. And we examined multiple elements of last year's shows. And from that, pinpointed some strengths that we found were commendable and also some areas for improvement. All right, so first I will start, I'll use this sandwich approach. They say list the good things first and then you get into the bad. So in terms of costuming and stage presence, we found that many of the performances were commendable. We could tell that performers took time and the effort into really preparing their attires. We saw glitz, we saw jackets and ties, and we really found that brought some elegance to the stage. Then we looked at things like entrances and exits and props, and generally we found that these were quite appropriate, although there was some room for improvement, which I'll touch a bit on a little bit later on. The energy level of artists was also something that we singled out, and we found that in this particular area, it reflected great potential of artists, and we could see a lot of the seasoned artists bringing experience there. We also looked at the appropriateness of music selections. So the topics that artists chose to touch on, these were quite good, although we find that there was some room for improvement. So I'll move into some of the areas now that we found that there was room for improvement. And we looked at vocal and instrumental execution. So things like the volume of the band. And we looked at the balance. So at sometimes instruments, some of the instruments would be heard more distinctly than others. So we found that there was a problem there, and we are assuming that in some instances it might have been a problem with the mixing. We also found that there was a challenge in hearing some of the artists, the singers' lyrics at times. So we pinpointed things like the placement of the mic to the performers' mouths. Maybe there's room there for improvement in stagecraft generally. Then we found that there was a grave problem in some tents in particular with tonality. That is to say, singers were generally not staying in key, right? This was not the issue with every tent, with every singer, but one particular tent in particular, we had a grave problem there. We spoke about lighting, and the lighting, while we found that the lighting on stage was not generally a problem, there was one show in which a spotlight was shone in the judges' eyes, and that affected us. Right? Time management of shows. We must commend the Calypso Association for starting the Calypso shows in particular on time. So from the preliminaries right through, we found that the time management was good there. But in the soca shows, particularly the finals of the Soca Monarch, we had a problem there. We were asked to report for 9 o'clock, or was it a 9 o'clock start? I can't remember. But in any case, the show didn't start until 11 or after 11. And because of the late start, we had a very late finish. So we found that in terms of time management, we could do a lot better there. The flow and the structure of the shows, those were generally good, but the MC interventions, in some shows, we find that the MCs were kind of talking too much. We understand the role of an MC, and you have to fill in so that the judges have time to, put the comments and tally up and so on. But at the same time, an MC has to learn to balance what to say and how long to go. So we found that there was a little bit of a problem there. And lastly, the treatment of some topics. So in this case, we find that a lot of the topics were not really treated in a refreshing manner. So it sounds like, okay, we heard this or we heard it dealt with in this particular way before. So we find that there's a little bit of improvement there. And the last thing I'd mention is the appropriateness of the multimedia presentations. So particularly in the soca shows, we found that videos were used, and we kind of asked ourselves, but what is the connection between this and the actual song that you're bringing? So, that was the final area that we found room for improvement. Thank you.
Group 3 or Group 1? Group 1? Oh, Marv, you return. You went to battle.
So we start with the good first. The soca semifinals were held in a very intimate setting this year, where the audience came, and you were there. So you got to see, and it was a way for CDC to make some extra funds. So you have to get some more increases this year. The artists are taking their craft a little bit more seriously. We saw that in some of the productions that would have, in terms of their dressing and their presentations on stage. The sound systems were poor in some instances. The venues could have been differently, especially for semifinals. The engineers need to listen to the Calypsonians and to the soca artists a little bit more. In terms of the kids, we found that some of these songs were a little bit over the kids' head. They could not relate, and you saw it in their presentations. Going forward, the music was a little bit too complex for them as well. Brass was a problem, and another thing that was observed by some of us as Calypsonians and other persons was that the Calypsonians themselves, we don't support each other. Some Calypsonians only go to their 10 shows and not to the other shows, so that we hope that something would be more improved this year. And overall, for the juniors, the production could have been a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Marvo. That's 1, 2.
Ready?
Yeah, you can sit there, Lennox. It's okay.
Okay, fine. Yeah. I don't want to. I'm very pleased that whatever was said before, that we can actually adopt them as part of our own process of discussion and zero in on some other things. We took the view from the group that Calypso has developed over the years based on competition, And because of that, not only the art form itself grew and morphed, but if it is to continue to do so, then the judging of the Calypso must also be very good. Because if the judging of the Calypso is not good, then it could be a backlash on the development of the Calypso itself. We thought that in the context of what we discussed, that it was important for three things to happen in terms of the judging of Calypso. First of all, was that we must have a good criteria for the selection of judges. And when we select them, we are obligated to have these sort of training sessions with them. The second thing was that the development of the criteria for judging Calypso is very important, because if we don't get that right, we will continue to get whatever we reward in terms of the Calypsos. And that itself made us ask the question that, are the criteria for Calypso now retarding its growth? And after looking at the criteria, the third aspect we thought was important was how you apply that criteria. We know there's a lot of talk about whether judges can collaborate, whether judges must just sit silent, whether as soon as you finish with one score, you pass it on. And there are a lot of discussion in terms of if that is really the best way to go. But clearly, looking at the criteria is important, because there seem to be, every year I sit in these sessions, one thing creeps up at me. There's a lack of commonality of understanding on the criteria. And because there's a lack of commonality of understanding on the criteria, it means that we have more work to do with our judges. Because every judge will bring his or her understanding to something, so the consistency there. We looked at having a standardized rubric to assist us in doing so. And it's not just having 30 for lyrics, 30 for melody, 20 for rendition, and presentation 10 and originality 10. One of the members of our group said, when you have 30 points for melody, I might interpret a melody as really lovely and give it 28. Somebody else might interpret the melody as equally good, but because you have 30 points to play with, that person might give it 16. So the idea was that if we can take some of these bands that we have, the 30, and break them down a bit to give a bit more specificity and guidance to the process. That was one of the things. Melody, we thought too that there was not a really good understanding of what melody is. Some people in the group expressed the thought that, listen, you can sing 1 million melodies on a particular chord structure. And so what really is a melody? What captures you in a melody? I shared that when I was going tent, or when I go to tent now, if I can hear your Calypso the first time in tent and sing it when I'm going back home, then the melody catch me, right? That sort of connection. And so there's this melody there's this thinking that melody and musical arrangements, there's some blur in between and how that works. Originality, we looked at that. And I'm not going to talk about the other things that the other members said about. I'm just going to highlight some other point. Originality. What is originality? Is it you looking for something original? Are you looking for an original treatment of something? Those kinds of things, to me, is where I think we need to have some commonality of understanding on. Lyrics, the cohesiveness of the lyrics, and how do you determine what is a well put together calypso? And there seem to be that in some people talk that from the judging of the calypsos that we have had, there are some areas where they really don't know again what to think. What are the judges thinking about it? How in terms of lyrics? Somebody even mentioned that one of the calypsonians sang first verse, second verse, and come back and sing first verse, and that calypso went through. So we have a lot of work to do in terms of how we develop these guidelines and criteria. And even when we develop the guidelines and criteria, we have a lot of work to do in getting people to understand and train on them. I don't want to go into anything that was said before, but did I miss anything, John? Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lennox. We want to try one more time for Dynamites. Monty, Bill. Bill. Oh, they type some things, Monty. Well, scroll up, let me see. Sing the type. Scroll up. They talk about money here now. Kaba, they talk about money. This is for you. This is first, Kaba. Okay, that's a matter of finance. That's all you have, Dynamite? Kaba, you have that? Take a picture of it, Kaba. No, not that what we're talking about. The lady, they look above the issue about money and covering the cost of judging. Yeah, we don't deal with that already. We deal with substantial issue. Monty? You're not hearing? Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen that we try to deal with that, but I'm dealing with a substantial issue why Monty is trying to address that. Marvo gone again? So what's the position? Okay, so let's move on, please, again. Next group. Come, no, you can sit right there.
All right, thank you. So we're going to just share points for improvement, just in the interest of time. So we had a very robust discussion looking at one issue that came up was the band's understanding of being an accompanist or accompanying.
Slow down, repeat that.
So the band's understanding of their role to assist the Calypsonian rendition. And the cohesiveness of the band. So that point was in terms of the band understanding that they're an accompaniment of the entire rendition. Also, we brought up topics on the engineering, which was stated before, but what was highlighted is in terms of managing the technical issues that tend to arise in terms of the miking, and we brought to light in terms of before the Calypsonian comes on stage, that should be checked as well. We looked at the arrangement. So some of the arrangements that are highlighted tend to affect the delivery in terms of the vocal delivery of it. A lot of the arrangement focuses more on the musicality and not sometimes on the Calypsonian or the voice being highlighted as an instrument. The other issue that was raised in terms of the human side of judging, in terms of the auditing of it or how the delivery of the scores are delivered, that there should be some judging deliberation in terms of the scoring or the auditing of the scores. What was highlighted is that a lot of the scoring is based on the auditors, how they rank it and how they judge it. So there should be either reintroduction or a different approach in terms of the judging, or the judges having that human side added to the score delivery or the results for the competition. We discussed in terms of similar to what Lennox spoke about, but looking at the diversity of the judging panel, in terms of the perception, the understanding of the judge, in terms of what are we judging in terms of lyrics, melody, that should be also brought in the preparation or the judging training, that there's a level of understanding of the criteria, but also there should be a unison in the perception of the criteria. We talked about the workshop in particular, that there may be a need for improvement in having more capacity building versus just discussion, and also the feedback that the judges, or the remarks that the judges would give on the night of competition, whether it's from the semis or even from the finals, that it should be deliberated to the Calypsonians. Either we compile it all together as a summary sheet so that they can have the remarks for improvement and also for growth on their side, right? And the last issue that was raised in terms of the demand for financing for musicians in the different tents, that affects the Calypsonians as well, because there's a financial expectations by musicians and bands, and this also affects some of the rehearsals and the time. Did I miss anything? No, right. And the last point that I want to raise is that in terms of the criteria, some of the science or the methodology of songwriting needs to be introduced in the criteria. A lot of it seems heavily focused on the music or the arrangement side of it, and there needs to be some more clarity in terms of, in the judging part of it, in terms of how we are judging the Calypsonian as well in terms of the songwriting element.
All right, thank you very much, Andrea. Last group.
Thank you. So I'm representing Group 5. So what we spoke about in terms of weaknesses, first of all, time management of shows. The late start resulted, last year, late start resulted in shows ending around midnight. Second, some Calypsonians we note weren't in sync with the music. One indicated that backstage they will hear one sound, but on stage the sound is a little bit more ahead. So there was a suggestion of placing a monitor upon entry, or even in-ear monitor, I think that's what was suggested. Someone also indicated that the venue change last year affected some of the Calypsonians. The venue change to the cruise ship boat affected some of the Calypsonians because there was little space for preparation, little to no space for preparation. Also, no advertisement of tents. Tents are attended by usual tent goers. Also, standardized rubrics. I think Lennox spoke about that, to give proper directions to judges. We looked in detail at a rubric coming out of Trinidad that we think is a good suggestion. And also, in some instances, difficulty hearing the lyrics from some Calypsonians because it's overpowered by the music. Yeah, I think that is all.
That's all the groups? All the groups, right? Okay. So what we could probably say is there are some factors that exist even before a competitor goes on stage. Somebody mentioned arrangement, being able to sing in key, all of these things. Now, the question is, and this probably could go to somebody like Hyper, to what extent does the tenting show that it does its own internal adjudication before you get to the preliminary? Do you just allow anybody to join the tent and sing? You don't ensure that a person would sing in key. I'm not saying that you're guilty of that, Ipa. I'm just using you. I'm just using you to answer the question.
And one of the reasons why my chief, the person who my presenter spoke about that is because I indicated that to him. I could remember when Razam sing Perseverance, and Skakes beat Razam, brought that to the attention. That Razam was way up ahead of the music, all because of the acoustics. You understand? And those things has happened for different reasons. Sometimes you ain't get a dress rehearsal, you don't understand the acoustics in park. Sometimes the music hit the pavilion and come back, and that's the time you're hearing it. So you find yourself singing behind the music or in front of the music. So that is why it's imperative that a dress rehearsal before the show is important, very, very important. And as I say, sometime when you leave you may be at the back of the stage, and because you ain't getting the in time, the song right, when you leave backstage and you come in front stage, what you hear in backstage is not necessarily what happened in front stage. I had a situation where last year performance with me, from the time I get the mic in my hand, things start to feedback. I hear feedback from every angle I turn. I hear feedback, and the way the engineer tried to adjust that, it put me at a disadvantage, because when he hearing the feedback in the mic, you know what he do? He pull down the monitors. So when he pull down the monitors now, it make life even harder for me, because I can't even get the true reality of what's happening on stage. Yeah, it's easy to say stop, but the present state of mind, your present state of mind. Let me tell you something, you know. Hey, me know, if a policeman slap me, you know what I go do? I go do this. One boss a slap me, you know what I do? Nothing. All right. So the present state of mind. You know, you didn't stage, right? And people trying to get things sung in right. I want it sung right too, but I wouldn't stop, because I know I am in a competition. So, well, that is what happened.
Ipa, your point is taken. So here the question is, right? Oh, Bell.
So
wait, here the question.
Yeah, right.
Here the question. Bell, you take the mic. In the whole carnival, who is responsible to making sure when Ipa go on the stage and he take the mic, everything is perfect? Who's responsible, Bell?
Bell. Bell is responsible.
All right. So, Bell, why Ipa mic feedback?
There's a number of reasons why mic's feedback. One, some of the artists don't know how to use mics. They take the microphone, they walk on the stage, the microphone down, it goes straight into the monitor, it automatically starts the feedback.
Well, Ipa sing a long time, Ipa know not to do that, man. Well, Ipa hold on, man. Continue.
Secondly, I don't know how in this day and age, artists who've been singing for a number of years could be listening to a monitor in the dressing room and actually assume that when he go on stage, he's going to be hearing the same thing that monitor in the dressing room, the guinea. It's impossible. The monitor in the dressing room is just for you to understand what's going on stage. You will never get the whole band in that monitor backstage. That monitor is just their place for you to hear what's really happening on stage. You don't get all that sweetness and all that things that you want to hear in that monitor. That monitor don't get mixed for that reason. I will go and spend a whole day to mix that monitor. Immortal is their place for you to know what's happening next and what's going on next. So
What's
you
the
can
third
hear.
reason, Bill? How many say? 2 and 2? 2 reasons? 3 reasons?
I mean,
You got a poor engineering too, Bill?
we got.
You got a poor
We
engineering
have
too?
some very poor engineering sometimes. You know.
Yeah, but the question is now, and this is the point that Brian making. Monty, I can't deal with you on hyper. I'm going to give you hyper or you. Right? So hyper behaving yourself, you behave yourself for me now. Brian made a point. Hyper. Very important, hyper. We have to solve this. So if that happened to hyper, President, what are we going to do? What's supposed to happen?
He's a president.
What's supposed to happen? You're there on the border now. You're the between all the big boy.
No, let me
What's supposed to happen?
repeat that.
If Hyper goes on the stage to sing and Hyper might start a feedback and Hyper say, well, boy, this is hell or patches, what's supposed to happen?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, because there needs to be policy.
No, give me the short answer.
I give you the answer.
Short
If
answer,
the fault, if you're going to tell me the fault is not that of the performer, then as far as I'm concerned, he or she needs to sing over.
So, after how much time before that should happen? Hyper should wait till reach in the first verse, or Hyper should come off the stage right time?
Well,
right away or whatever.
I seek the guidance of those who are more
Because let me tell you something.
efficient than I
Since
am.
I've become the chief
So-
judge, I have sent to stop the ban so many times. So many times. Because as a musician, as engineer, I know when things wrong. And sometimes I don't know if other persons know wrong, but there's no way I could sit down. I judging one night and the bass out of tune. The bass out of tune, real bad boy. Give me headache. I just say, nah, boy, nah. I had to get up and go downstairs and say, guys, that bass out of tune, I can't make it. It hot in my head, otherwise I will have to go home. Right? There must be a system, Mr. President, going into this season in which there must be a protocol patches to adjust that. Right? Whether or not in the first, whatever the keyboard man playing the wrong thing, the brass man playing the wrong thing, the drum machine man putting the wrong pattern, right, Brian? Yeah. Right? Or you hear that the horns out of tune because, not because the band play for Virgo and out of tune and I come on, it doesn't mean I must take it. So we need to have a protocol, right? Mr. President?
Yes, and
that's why
hello, let me continue, and that is why. Before the other person, let me say that is why we depend on persons with expertise. That's clearly out of my line of expertise. In terms of you talking about, so we depend on persons with expertise to guide us. Thank you very much.
As it stands right now, as IPA said, as Brian said to IPA, stop. No, we're dealing with judges here. If IPA stops, do the judges judge him negatively?
That don't need answer. That's a rhetorical question.
No, once we have recognized there is a problem, then we tell them to stop, and start over.
I was asking Mr. Pena if he was not judging on semifinals last year, because from the time I hit the stage, and from the time I get up on the stage, you know, it just feedback. I went from one side to the other, feedback, and then I can't hear myself, cause the man trying to tweet the thing and turn down the monitor, think it's the monitor, and turn down the monitor, so I can't hear myself now.
You should have stopped the ban, IPA.
You
should have stopped the ban.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind us of the situation last year with the winner of the Junior Calypso competition. She performed first. She was number 1, right? She was called back at the end of the round, and she won the competition. So that answers the question.
All right. So we want to move on. We have that already, right? We will work to get a proper protocol in place for 2026 before the season starts, with the president gone. Before the 2026 season, Mr. President, you need to sit with the tent leaders and the technical people and you work at the protocol because we can't be going like this, making up things all the time.
Just to
go ahead,
continue, I was going to bring the point up that the Calypso tents, what they could do, organize through the association to have engineers or whatever in the different tents to explain to the Calypsonians the whole rudiments about when you come on stage, if there is a feedback, etc., how to hold the mic, so that, and semi-finals night, you won't have the,
We have a
yeah.
stage manager,
All right.
They're supposed to.
So if you have a stage manager, he's supposed to know that there was
Yeah.
technical problems and stop.
Well, from my experience when judging, if we perceive that there's something wrong musically or whatever, we give the signal and it is relayed to the band and they stop, even if the singer doesn't realize it.
Yeah, but that's from one perspective. IPA's case is from the performer's perspective. And I just mentioned there are a number of things from the performer's perspective, right? Willis would tell you, he started playing for some reason, he can't hear half his keyboard. So what you do? Then Patches sing whole night and he hear the keyboard, and when Patches come off, he blue vex. One Patches, boy, I couldn't hear Brian keyboard. So at some point, we have to have some kind of protocol at both levels. We can't be continuing. We're moving on. But Lance, we want to move on to another point. Like, we don't get a point. All right.
We're talking about this thing here. Isn't there, if you're doing a show and you set up...
People online have to hear.
Yeah, if you're doing a show and don't the engineers set up a particular set on the equipment, what happens?
We're not talking about engineering here. We are talking about where the performer encounters what the performer considers to be a problem. The judges might not know that the performer is perceiving to have a problem. There must be a window in which the performer, right? Now, for example, Lady D, for example, let me draw your attention. If you watch the traditional calypso, before they bring in drum machine, you would notice men doing this. And you'll notice they're going all around the stage. You know what they're doing? They're getting the timing, they're picking up the key, because, let me tell you something. Let me see. Marvo, when you're singing, what you just listen to?
The monitor.
What in the monitor?
To hear how I song.
What you listen to, Marvo?
But it,
You're the facility. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Most Calypsonians. Well, Mikey gone. Mikey gone. Mikey, come, go back over there. Mikey, come. Drum machine, Mikey. Come. This is exam time machine, Mikey. Drum machine. Hit one pad, Mikey. Any one pad. Hit. No, don't play a pattern. Hit anything. Hit it again. What is that?
Are you in a drum beat?
Brian. Hit something else. Hit something else.
Come on, Mikey.
What is that? Take a get one easy.
Congos.
Hit another one, Mikey. Janella coming to you. Let me see how good you is.
I know what's on drums.
Brian, I collect money and I call by you and pay you. You see? No, you see, I understand the point I'm making. No, a man like IPA, I would tell you, IPA is very specific, just like Patches. Right? Patches doesn't only want to hear the keyboard. He wants to hear a specific tone. So if Brian started playing for some reason is an organ, Patches, how are you going to feel?
I ain't get you.
If Brian started playing organ, how are you going to feel?
How I feel?
Brian is backing you. He's supposed to be playing what you like to hear. What is your preferred instrument?
Well, you must say the timing is the most important.
No, the instrument.
The chords from the guitar.
Which tone?
Tone.
Piano. All right, Badger, the piano. How many of you know that? Zainai, what's your preferred instrument? The drum. Right? Okay, so the point I'm making is that the reason for the song check, especially these days on modern technology, it's supposed to be easier that when patches come, they're supposed to press one button, and patches supposed to hear exactly what you want to hear. But there's a clear indication that in 2026 we have some kind of, what do you call it, mismatch? We have like poor coordination. Yeah. All right? Okay, good. Now, so we cover there the mix, the band, the tuning, we'll cover the lighting. Yeah, Brian.
I noticed that you browse off the way you hold the mic. Everybody's talking about the way you hold the mic, right? You even holding it wrong, eh? You don't hold a mic like that. Like for speech, yeah, you might be able. This is the way you hold the mic, like that. At least 1 inch or so off your mouth, because you want spitting up in the people's mic. And they have these gangsters who come on with the mic like that. That is really stupid, because it's going to feedback. This would feedback. This is a unidirectional mic. You can't hold a mic like that. Odd so. You hear that? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What's the best? Ha ha ha. You hearing it now? Calypsonians, hold the mic like that.
Thank you, Brian. All right. Now, I want to go now to the issues raised particularly by the Lennox Group on the judging criteria. I would say to you that since I've been on the panel, one of the things we do is before we start, we congregate and we go through the criteria. There are a few things that, well, Bell. All right, I get. There are a few things that Andrea mentioned. And Willis, here's where I need your Mikey. Andrea mentioned melody. Willis, give us a demonstration of melody, different melodies, please. Mikey? You hear the cards, Mikey? I want the melody first, and then I want the chord under the melody, and then Mikey, I want to play different inversion under the same melody. Okay, well, so hold the melody now. Keep going with the cards, Mikey. Keep going with the cards. No, well, don't play the melody. Just play the cards alone, Mikey. Come back again with the melody again and tap the cards, Will. All right, so give me the bass alone now. Bass alone. right, good. Now, when you're judging, right? When you're judging, it's like when Brian called me to mix a tune, or Lennox. You have to be able to hear everything. If all you hearing is the melody, you ain't hearing the chord, you ain't hearing the bass, you ain't hearing the drum pattern, you ain't hearing the back vocals, it means that you haven't developed your critical listening sufficient. So therefore, Calypsonians, when a person's judging you, they are listening to all of those things. All of those things. You can't pick up any scrappy person and tell them sing back vocals. Because when they're behind, they're screeching. They are affecting the performance. So that beautiful thing will play in there. If I start to screech in between, it's going to hurt you all here. That's why, was it, Andrea, you mentioned the, no, something about the back vocal. Was the back vocal you mentioned? Sorry.
So how the construction of the song, even how the melody is brought out, how it affects the vocal delivery, right? And so, like when I would have judged in 2024, I believe, you would have a beautiful musical rendition, but the Calypsonian may not be able to bring it over with their voice because the way the song was written or designed focused more on the musical aspect than the vocal aspect. When I listen to melody as a judge, because my background is in voice, I'm looking at your impact and your ability to connect with that musical arrangement and how it's brought over to the audience. So your message could be good, your words in the song is good, but then the way it's arranged is not being brought over because all the musical parts, even the background vocals, become a distraction and your message is not brought across. So that is why I said even the criteria for the judging in the melody definition needs to include that songwriting element. Not just how everything is delivered, but how does because the Calypsonian is a vocalist at the end of the day. You're a songwriter bringing a message across. How is that brought across now in the whole composition of it, and how are we hearing it, or how are judges hearing it on a whole? Does that bring clarity?
I hate to do this, but because there's so many really great Calypsonians right here who do very nice melodies. But I think if you pay attention to Patches' melodies, it's something very, very interesting about them. A lot of it has to do with his own vocalizing as well. But the way the ability to bend those songs. One of the best way I could explain melody to anybody is think of, these rhythms that people do these days? Same music, but different people jumping on them. And everybody comes on with a different melody, right? Yeah. Because on one set of chords, you could sing 1,000,000 melodies, right? So that is what, and in terms of melody and lyrics, to me, there must be a fit. You don't say, you don't be singing, jump up, put your hand in the air, and you say, jump up and put your hand in the air. It is different. Yeah, there's a feel that, sometimes writers here would tell you that sometimes the sheer lyrics that they have screech their own melodies. Just by the way you're singing them, they're telling you this is how I want you to sing me, just by what the lyrics saying. So the lyric and melodic fit, I find, is also very critical.
Yeah, and it goes with what you're saying. When the judges judge, do they judge and say, okay, this quite separately, look at the lyrics and say, these lyrics are written well and they sung well, so I give them a mark. Look at the melody, and then this melody is sweet. Well, the presentation speaks for itself. Originality is a different debate. IPA used a word. married, so I will use the noun marriage. Isn't it that the calypso supposed to be judged as a whole, how each element complement each other, and then you give a mark for that? Rather than give distinct marks for everything, when the lyric might be real good, but the melody, Jerry, and that thing. I need some edification on that, some clarity on that. As a layman, as a lover of calypso.
Well, Kaba, the mere fact that you have categories, it means that there must be some accommodation for the categories. But I understand the point you're making in that at the end of the day, you might have a really good calypso that is down in one or two categories, but it's gone in any case, right? And that is just how it is. You know, they always say, you can't, it doesn't matter if you don't like a song, if you sell 1 million, you can't just snub at it. So, but for the calypso art form, is a lot of work that we have to do, because what you reward is what you will continue to get. And that is something that we have to be mindful of, because if it's one thing to say you want to stick to the rudiments of the calypso as you know it, you know. So also a calypso must have 3 verses, 3 original verses, and it must have a band chorus, and it must have a thing. But the way the music going these days, I'm not saying that we throw away a lot of the rudiments, but it has to evolve. And for it to evolve, we have to pay attention to the way we are, especially for those of us who are interested in competition. So the judging of the competitions have to be really, that is where the work needs to be done, because the criteria and the judging, that's where the work need to be done. And that is why so many people now are moving away from competitions in other art forms, right?
I just want to ask a question. What's the most important thing in a song? What is the most important thing in a song?
Depends on the purpose of the song.
Well, from my teacher tell you a melody, because listen to me, your song from way back when, Sparrow and Fella, you think is the melody. So I believe melody must be fundamental. The rest of them come behind.
Well, let me tell you something, right? Our competition, we have a category named melody. But when you talk about calypso originally, most calypso had 1 melody. You hear? Which is what we use now as a sans humanity. But in our competition, we have a category called melody. Any competition they go in, there are different criteria. In Barbados, they have arrangement. In Trinidad, they have arrangement. In St. Vincent, we don't have arrangement. So where do we judge arrangement? Where do we judge arrangement? And Marla giving you the mic to answer that question.
I was just asking Janelle for a reminder of the breakdown of the competition.
Kaba,
with the score sheet.
Lyrics 30, melody 30, originality 10.
Right, so to answer the question, there's not a distinct, there is no distinct category here for arrangement.
Hold on.
It's 30 for lyrics, 30 for melody, 20 for rendition, 10 for presentation, 10 for originality.
So the question is, where do you judge arrangement?
We don't. The closest fit is the melody, because in arrangement, the melody is one of the most prominent things that you pay attention to. But in terms of arrangement in its entirety, there's nothing here.
So, Brian, where do you expect the judges to judge arrangement?
Arrangement? Wow, that's a difficult thing, because, boy, I can't answer that. You see, a musician can't answer that. It's a very difficult. But I would like to bring out one point. I don't want to be a parrot. I'm always a parrot. But Andrew brought up a very, very good point, wherein distractions. And sometimes the arrangers do cause that distraction. Because you're making a very key point during a melody and your presentation, but the arranger wants to say how good he is. So he could play a nice little melodic scale between. Going down the road and I meet a toad, I tell him I meet a toad. But right on toad, he's saying, pop, pop, pop. Judges, what he said it? You see?
But when you look at the different categories in the breakdown that we had in the criteria, I think the arrangement is judged throughout. But I do agree that there needs to be a specific section that looks at that.
Well, in Barbados, the Calypsonians who cannot afford to go to the top arrangers making noise, they say the best arrangers will always get the most points. Which is true, because if you have a separate category. For me, to be honest with you, let's repeat the categories that Langs to go with the mic.
30
Kaba,
lyrics,
come on, Kaba.
30 lyrics, 30 melody, 20.
Wait, so don't go so fast.
30
Wait,
lyrics.
Kaba, don't go so fast. So we have lyrics. What are we looking for? Andrea, what are we looking for?
Title, so the definition for lyrics is the title or the name of the calypso, the language, rhythm, rhyme, meter, and structure. Those are the 4 sections under lyrics.
Okay. All right. Good. So here, what we're going to do now? I want you to listen to Leston Paul. That is Winston Devines, the Joker. Right? Let me hear how he comes about with topics and that kind of thing. Let me see. And when you finish that, we go for Kaba with the lunch. Kaba, we are going for break, boy. People still on here
Based
too long.
on the program, 1 o'clock is for lunch.
No, we're taking a break now, Kaba. People still on here too
I'm
long.
not saying you can't take a break, but I'm saying with the program it's about lunch.
Yeah, we're taking a break. So let me hear Winston Devines, and then we take a break. Yeah. For this, yeah? Select for me.
You said they're giving it.
I select for you? I mean, I have it, okay.
No, the other aspect.
You see, because what they do now, they modernize it.
You have a feel for.
They modernize it, so we they lag behind. You see the question and answer?
Attitudes like that, just as we are having a party say.
Before I used to write lyrical songs, this is the song I used to write. And involved in this thing, but always in a kind of jam mood. I write party songs better than I write the lyrical song. Although a party song is a harder song to write. I could write about 15 lyrical songs in the space of a week, because there's so much material hanging around to say these things, you know. And, but a party song is a hard song to write. Being as much, especially today now that you have everybody talking about party song. The teams is getting worn out. You can't get a team like this right now. I am a kind of thing. I can't get no team at all, no original team to make a party song. You know, so you have to really scratch around or hear somebody say something or read something or listen to the TV and you get something. Some guys listen to all old records and pick out the themes from these records and do it, you know. But I like to have an original theme, something a man goes say, I didn't get something like that before. I feel like it's so in a kind of sense.
What gave you the idea for a song like Say?
Put me out. Help me out. You see, Say had a lot of political connotations in it and people didn't know. That is the year after vote them out. I write that song. If you notice, hear the team. They tell she not to play with fire. She went and she play with fire, so she get burned. You understand? And help me out. The whole team of this song is help me out.
Let
boy.
Any other party song?
Don't get better than that,
You see, I don't like to write too much political song, especially about Trinidad politics and things, you know, because I don't like to pick a side as such or say I is this and I is that. So if I write a party song, you write the whole verse and the chorus of the party song already. So I have two more verses to put in things that people might want to hear. I could put in politics, put in a little, what we will call, fellas would call smut. I could put in anything in that song. I could put in a little message after and I'll just bring it back to the same party chorus that I had there and it fits.
Because I remember you wrote a song called No Politics, where I think it was really you talking to Baron.
Afraid politics.
Afraid politics.
Baron loved that song too badly. He wanted to say that a long time ago.
But it was like you talking to Baron too. Now, one of the other persons that you composed a material for was Francine, and she had a nice tune called Dope Is Not the Answer, which I think really hit people that year.
Francine was one of the people that I already started off with. We had a nice relationship. Again, I fell in love with Francine's voice. I like people who could sing good, who have a nice voice and have a working understanding of singing.
So listen where you people, although you feel trouble, if you're having money worries, it's not the answer, hunted by sad memories. But a natural head, and praise the Lord instead. This systematic era requires more than ever, but no, it's not the answer. I said no, it's not the answer. Okay.
Now, but you have also recorded some of your own tunes. I remember Happy Birthday, Lego Tempo. Tell us about your efforts to record.
The first recording was on Adir. Baron. We had a little problem with the producer. Because we had made an arrangement for the album. I wrote the album especially for the guy that was recording Baron. And we had a little problems after with it. You know? And then in one of the meetings, a session was made. If you like so much money, why you don't sing your own song? And I had a good friend, a friend named Susie, who the guy that started to manage her. Sugar Aloes, the first guy that started to record Sugar Aloes. That was my friend at the time, and he said, "Look, but watch me. You could go and sing your own thing. Come, I have someone and carry me over by Leicester and we recorded. It come out good, okay."
Which tune was that?
Love Up and Happy Birthday. That was the first record.
What is a typical, say, after Carnival period for Wins for the Beans? You know, where new ideas come to your mind? How do you start working?
I keep on writing all the time. You see, the amount of songs I had also put forward for a few years before the doctor told me I had to slow down. For the last 4 years, I keep on writing right through the Christmas season, right through the Carnival season, that's to supply people for the next year. Because just like the Marsman, when Carnival done, a Californian starts to make his record again. It takes a lot of things to make a Calypso record, Alvin. It's not easy. If you're not a composer, you're not a natural Calypsonian. For the Calypsonian like Baron or certain other fellas, it takes a lot you keep traveling all the time. It takes a lot to make a Calypso record. It's not easy, you just have 4 songs and you want to them. It have a lot of things you have to do. You have to get those songs, get them arranged, go do studio work, then get like the jacket put out, your label and things. It takes a long time. Maybe take you 6 months to get that. That's why some fellas record come out kind of late. It's not an easy thing to do. It have a lot of technical work involved in it.
And I see a couple of years ago, Leston Paul put out a giant of an album with tunes like Get Up and Dance, Don't Bother Me, which you penned, Angel was another one of your tunes. Tell us about that relationship.
You know, I've been working with Leston Paul for years. Being all the arrangements to the calypso that I write for the singers. You see, as a composer, you always have to have an arranger who you could arrange your material to suit you. And Leston seemed to have a style that I like. He has something about Freddy. You know, and I feel personally that if I write a song and it is so good, he could bring it up to a certain standard by arrangement and so on. So I keep selling nearly all the singers there.
One of the things too that stands out in my mind in terms of the strong tunes that you've put up, because there's so many big ones, but Sailing, I think, has to be one of your top 10.
Sailing is a political song. I'll give you a true story about this song. The year when they had the Nara party start to contest against the PNM party in a serious way. The Nara people came to me, I would vote them out for them. But the PNM people also came. They also came through the guy that came is a guy, about that guy, forgetting him now, Maki Scott or Maki something, there's Maki something in a guy who always around with Kitchener. He came and he asked me to write a song for the PNM too, and this PNM song was Sailing. But they never, I don't know what went wrong with he and the government at the time, but I saw him after that in New York and he told me, he said, look, I'm coming back in Trinidad to live again, and something wrong down there. And he never came back for the song, so I had that song on my hand. And after the next year now, I didn't have no song to get Chini, so I get Chini, Chini say he like it, and the record should come out good.
Look at Mike behind you now, you see him? You see him? Look, Emmanuel came in a white shirt, but he got up. You fine? Eh? Maybe. Hey! Crazy. Look at the gypsy.
Another tune that you did for him was the Kawita Banka.
Yeah.
In fact, you seem to have a fetish for doing Indian flavored songs. What's the story on that?
Well, my wife's father is an Indian. And so some of these Indian things he tells me. And about the time Indian people who live around me, and I have an old Indian partner who always tell me Indian things that I could put in song. Especially the last one I made for him, Jadu. He gave me that word. I never knew nothing about that. Indian obia. I said, well, that's a nice thing. I never heard that word before. And he explained what it is about and thing. And I said, well, yes.
And what's up shot for Barra?
Yeah. But what's up shot is a true story, Alvin. It happened in a South Panorama. On the western side of the Skinner Park. Every Panorama, there is a woman there that sells some bus up shot and pumpkin. And one Panorama I went to a band in the south. And I went there and the woman fully paid with bus up shot. And to me, like that is what I seem to be in bus up shot. Oh, I said, well, you know that song. I put it back on my mind and I come home I put it in a tape.
In reading a book recently that Sparrow published of his 21st 25 years in Calypso, I saw your name credited with some of his compositions, and we have heard that you have worked with him on a number of calypsos and whatnot. Can you shed some light on this?
Yes. After Scintilla had introduced me to Bleaky, this same tape, the original first tape that I sold to Scintilla, he sold some of them songs to Sparrow because I hear Sparrow was weak. And I was in the panel and a guy told me, he said, you can't hear Sparrow singing a calypso, you were singing here. I said, no, I never sell Sparrow no calypso. Scintilla had public offered him this calypso, that is rope, drunk and disorderly, and it had a queen of the bands. Now the same night we took a car, we went down to the young brigade. I went and I spoke to Sparrow. He said, you is the guy who's the master on top the joker sing on top. I said, yeah. He said, well, I like them guys, and I want you to continue to work with me. He paid me for the songs, and after that we keep on working. We worked for 17 years after that. With an agreement, of course. Fellas believe that Sparrow tried to suppress my name from the calypsos. That is not altogether true. It wasn't done without my consent. Because I have several contracts with Sparrow where we signed for the calypsos, and all the calypsos is registered in Court and PRS in my name. The calypsos, all the rights belong to me. If you have to do something with it...
Yeah, Max, you go like the part, copyright. It's called Calypso Showcase. It's a whole series, about how much? About 100 plus of them. And you could do like me, watch everyone. Right? Now, we come back to the judging criteria. In that video, Mr. Jack, please report to the principal's office. Yeah, in that video, you heard Winston speak about the role of arrangement. Right? And as I mentioned earlier, most of the competitions around the region now, arrangement is in as a category. And when Marla answered the question, Marla basically said, St. Vincent, it is left to the judges to decide whether or not they're going to pay attention to the arrangement. Lennox made a point earlier about rubric and judging criteria. The President. You need to come here, Mr. President. The question is, Ipa, Patches, Zion, Marvel, are we going into the 2026 with the same exact rubric, or are we going to update it?
This is one of the objectives of this workshop, seminar, whatever you want to give it a big name, forum, is for us to see how best we can enhance the Calypso experience. If it means changing the rubric, changing the criteria, we have enough expertise in here. We have judges, we have Calypsonians who can knock their head together and come up with something. That determination made by this room. I am ill-equipped.
My basic thing here, and I discussed it in our little group, I want to see or believe that the judges must have the final say at the end of the judging. I don't believe in no one man doing that. The people and them, they are qualified to do the judging. Let them sit down and come to a unanimous decision between them. And you don't leave it to no one man to do that. I believe that must happen. I don't know if you all would agree with me. Like, yeah. People are not stupid. They don't want to.
I was just saying that I was just saying the same thing that Dynamite was saying, that they have an issue with the judging criteria as well, and if the areas are still going to remain the same. So everybody has the same issue.
Okay, so this is all I've got. Oh, well, if you wanted to say something.
Well, you were asking me about arrangement a while ago, and what I think is while arrangement as it spans a lot of the criteria. It could only be focused on melody. While when you're doing an arrangement, the lyrics has to be considered. You have to arrange it both to the melody and the lyrics. But if you have to, for competition purpose, if you have to judge arrangement, it has to be a component of melody, so that and remove it as far as possible from the actual rendition of the artist of the night.
Yeah.
He should not have a lot to contribute to the arrangement in other words, he shouldn't be penalized if the arrangement, in your view, is not up to par.
Right, so
once he
Willis,
goes in and does his thing, that should be good.
So Willis is saying that arrangement is an important element. Well, we ain't expect anything from Willis, right? He's a arranger. Brian, you want to say anything in this issue?
Well, it was a difficult thing for me to decide what Willis, he practically bribed me there into thinking his way. I could see what he's saying too also. Melody being is judged, the arrangement being judged around the melody. That's correct. That's correct. It's the best thing you can do, but how you judging the arranger to then?
Brian, Lennox, I'm going to give you the job, Lennox, as a veteran administrator, to give us a way forward in dealing with this here.
Well, I mean, to me, it's very simple. We have these stakeholders here, and we could bring back these stakeholders to look at, very specifically look at the criteria and find a way, because I think it's John Allen who said in our group, 30 points for melody is very wide. So you might be able to break that down and have a component for the arrangement inside there. Because Brian and I might listen to the same song. We both love the melodies. Brian might say, boy, this melody is so sweet, I give it this 28. It is no less sweet than me, but I might give it 18, 20. So it's a real wide span, and I believe if we just take melody as an example, there are ways in which I think we can work around it. But to answer your question, we need to get people back together in a session which focus specifically on.
Okay, Lennox. So, Lennox, you're the policymaker. I the nuts and bolts. So here what we gonna do, President, and if people support, you can put up your hand. We'll draft a criteria, okay, with a select few, and then we'll constitute a Zoom in which we could look over it, okay? And we will do that within the next what? Week. Next 7 days? Yeah. So, President, you will look at the calendar. President, look at the calendar.
No, if it did next week, it's 11th there. I can look at the calendar. I don't look at the calendar. Just ask a question.
Boy, Brian, you know. Pick a date.
Ask a question, I'll answer. You say next 7 days. Next 7
days. Date.
The next 7, 11. The 10th. The 11th is the launch of Carnival.
So what? Give them
Friday the 10th.
What time? We doing it online. What time? Aipa, what time is good?
Which is best for persons? It's a Friday. Have to be in the afternoon, 6 o'clock. How that songs?
7 p.m., right?
7 p.m., you see? 7 p.m., that's good? Friday, 10th?
So when will we circulate the draft? Lennox, how soon we going to get a draft, you think?
Who is charged with doing it? No,
the team is
circulation.
No, hold on. The team to construct the rubric.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, that team. Not me spreading the message.
I need a volunteer from the women. Which one are you? So, Andrea, you come in? Right.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Both of them.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Hold on, President. 1, 2, 3. Then you'll send to 1, 2, 3. You'll send to me, and then I will discuss with Willis.
Okay. Wednesday.
No, you can't send to us by Wednesday.
Wednesday the 8th.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Friday the 10th, ready for the Zoom.
Take into consideration this, and then we will listen and double check it.
So the process says whoever he select will send to Cleve. Willis. Yes, by Wednesday.
All right, or before.
So that's settled, right?
We have time to talk about it.
Yeah. All right, that's good. All right, well, I think we work real hard and we get through a lot. So I think we should take a break now and stretch our legs, drink some water while Kaba bring the food. Abzali, anything for me?
Whilst it's a technically focused work group, there are two issues that we should have as an end effect. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have too many talented professionals. So to sit in a workshop like this and hear the defects of no song check and that kind of thing. So if we look at the diaspora, and as Scotty said, we go out into Europe and other parts of the world, the Vincentian product has to stand the scrutiny of internationalism. The other aspect of the thing of stop and start, what is happening to the patron? When I used to go to Russell Cinema, it had 3 hours alone, right? So if you don't have patrons to come and listen to the Calypsonians, if you don't have patrons to listen to the Calypsonians, it means that you really don't have a product. Okay, so the mechanics we have to get right for sure, but the end product is internationalism, and as well as the patron who is paying money. Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Because with that said, we are on a break. You have one thing to say?
Here we go.
Yes, I just want to back up that point that Patches made. We have several lawyers here. Good. And they will agree that if judges are judging a Calypso competition, they are the ones to bring the results, not the auditors. They are only to look it over and see that it is correct. It will have legal, it could have a lot of, legal implications. I said that every workshop I come to, the judges are the ones who bring the result. If I am a judge, in court, and a matter come where the Calypsonians are claiming that things were done wrong, from the time I am told that the judges did not bring the results, you lose. Calypso, the CDC and Calypso people will lose. The case, the judges must bring the results. Auditors are only to look it over.
Scotty, may I say, while I do agree with that, because as a judge, I have found myself in situations where having judged a competition, and in your mind, you know who stood out for you, but you hear some mathematics being calculated at the end, all the judges watching each other, will he win? And so when I began judging years ago, many years ago, we had discussions. We had also where we were judging and we'd use pencils, because sometimes you start and you might have been too hard on somebody and you realize the standard slide. Now you can't maintain the same standard you would apply to the first person if the rest of them were below that. But nowadays when you're being asked to be so exact, we're not computers. There's an element of subjectivity which must come into it, because we are human beings and we react to what we hear. So to ask a man to be that exactly, just put on a piece of paper, this is it, and then as soon as you finish, you say, boy, we got to pass it, because you ain't get spanked if you look back at that again. It don't make sense. So I'm supporting the thing that at the end, even though you haven't, the auditors who would have tabulated the marks, the judges, that's why they're judges, should have the final say in terms of who were the winners.
See, like a juror.
In our judging in St. Vincent, papers. Yeah. When we make our decision as a judge, you cannot change that after. It is taken up. And you have a duplicate copy, they have one. You cannot make a change. But the role of a judge is to judge and bring the results. Why are you relying on auditors? Some of them can't even add properly, although they got machine. Huh? We must know the result before it goes to the auditors. The auditors are only to correct you if you make an error. Check the dictionary for the meaning of auditor.
No, to be fair to the auditors, what the auditors do is just
they are not to bring the results.
No, what the auditors
we
do.
We are to bring the results to judges, and they will say
okay, Borg, your point is made.
No, what I'm saying, what the auditors do, they just put the marks that we submit to them, and whatever the computer say,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not computers.
To go over it and see that it is correct. It is nonsense. I'm telling all you, you're wrong all the time. You have to come back. Check the meaning of auditors. Check the meaning of judges must judge. If you give it to auditors to bring the result, you're not judging.
Okay, Borg.
I would
Jan?
like to make a quick
Yeah, Jan.
contribution because I think there was a reason we went away from the judges deliberating, and I recall very distinctly, okay? We have to be very careful that in trying to make things work, we don't go back to a system that works against us and our Calypsonians. We know that by the very nature of judging, there is a huge element of bias and subjectivity. And I believe even though we have our auditors, the auditors do have a purpose to play in terms of transparency. I believe the CDC would want that, okay, to make sure that our brand is protected. And it is not seen as Janelle picked the winner or, Mala or whomever, knowing that I have a personal thing for this person. And all of these things we get protected from, So even though we want to have a say in the final decision, I want to caution us that we don't set ourselves up to be questioned when our decisions are made. So just bear that in mind, okay?
As I said before, when we make a decision, and we give marks to individual Calypsonians, there's somebody from the Calypsonian Association or the auditors who collect that. We cannot change it. We come up with the final decision, they get a copy of it, auditors then will look at it. We cannot change it because a duplicate copy is given, we keep a duplicate, they get one. So we cannot change. So what you're saying there does not apply in the case of our judging.
Well, excuse me, please, but see, every year, excuse me, please, but every year for the last 3 years or so, I am the person who sits in that auditor's room with the auditors when the sheets are brought to that table. There's 3 people in there. There's 2 ladies and the auditor himself. And then when they've done their calculations, the judges come up later and they sign that sheet. Am I lying? So I don't know what you all are talking about. Thank you. All the judges, I have been there when it's going on. The Calypso Association sent me in that room with the auditor.
Hold on. Hold on, Bogo. Hold on. Each one has a voice, and the voice is equally powerful. None more than any. We are trying to resolve a situation. Okay? I'm the kind of person who will speak truth to power, regardless of how it comes down. In most of the Caribbean countries, that's how it's done. I am not saying it must so. Is that it goes to an auditor? The auditor says what you're saying here. He or she changes no score. What they do is add the score at the end of the day, as Nancy tells the process, and at the end of the night, there are whatever, 5-7 judges come and sign off. It does not mean that each judge will agree with the results. That is something you have to know, that each judge will not agree. I have seen it. Is there a mechanism for that to happen? What we have to do here is strive for the best outcome. knock our heads together. There were challenges and complaints. I took it upon myself to ask Da Vinci to sit in the room with the auditor, and every score sheet that comes up, he ensures that it is inputted into the computer or whatever. He has done that for the last 3 years. Again, I am not saying, because we have divergent views here, John has a view, you have a view. But at the end of the day, as stakeholders, as persons of the best interest of the art form and the extension of our culture, we have to come up with a solution. But there again, there will be divergent views. I want to hasten to add something here, because it's up your field. Another thing I've been hearing is the method of judging or scoring we have been using. For example, I've heard you, and you're a statistician, when we use the ranking, I've heard you saying we don't use the ranking in the scientific way. We actually use the ranking and it's the aggregate. I have looked at the different methods of scoring, and they both have their pros and cons. Whatever we do here must always be done to the benefit of the Calypsonians, Calypso, the culture, and Simmons and the Grenadines. So I would like also charge all for us to look at the methods of scoring and come up with what we think is the best method. Because I heard Leonard said something a while ago. Well, very early on, it makes sense. Also, the criteria for choosing judges. I'm going to say this openly because I want persons to hear me and hear me loud and clear. We have been fighting, and I must add, a losing battle with CDC as it relates to exposing the score to the individual artists. We have gone to the boardroom, and decisions have been made to let them see not your entire score, because again, there's history. We must always learn by history that persons in the past coming and attacking individual judges because they have seen their scores coming from a particular judge. You have to protect judges. So, you and you alone will see your remarks, and it will be transcribed. So you can't accuse or assign blame to anyone. And notice I say blame, because that's how we discover the blame game. So if we really come for development, we will come and look at the remarks and see how we can improve. But hear this, I tend to be very impartial and fair. Judges, hear me loud and clear. You cannot, one, be not confidential. Without even non-disclosure agreement, you ought to know you're not supposed to expose what happened in a judge's room. Right? Secondly, the Calypsonians have been asking for their score sheets. But I note, and I note with a level of disappointment, that not all judges write remarks that makes. Unless they make sense, I can tell what I mean. They don't write fulsome remarks that can help the Calypsonian. Telling me a performance is fair. What does fair mean? Does fair mean that are good in lyrics, but are bad in rendition? So I'm putting out this challenge to judges. When you are writing remarks, write remarks that can help the Calypsonian. The fair or no remarks at all are excellent, are very good. Another thing is the discordance. A judge say very good, and the person gets 57. I don't know in which part of the wall 57 is very good. I just don't know. I don't know it all. But I am saying, one, we need to be fair. Two, consistent. And we need to understand what we are judging. Hence the reason why I welcome this initiative where we are going to look at the judging criteria to enhance it. And you notice I didn't say change, I said to enhance. Because change could go the other way too, it could go south. So thank you very much for listening to Boring Kaba.
Mr. President, just before you move off, What I found disconcerting at one engagement with my sojourn with the auditors and the judges is that when I stepped out of the CDC room and went into the arena itself, somebody told me who won, who came second, who came third, fourth, and so on. And I was amazed. I said, no, you're mad. Not because I didn't know, because I didn't final tally with them, but because I want. And when he said these things to me and the scores came out, he was exactly right. So I want to know how he did that.
Just final thing. I don't want to tarry this thing anymore. But let me just tell you this. Through my experience here as a judge and chief judge, we have had occasions where auditors can only add normal addition, what we call aggregate. They cannot do the scientific ranking system. You put it in the hands to judge, to do, they just add up the marks. We have had competitions here where people threatened to take CDC to court and the Calypso Association because we were doing the ranking system and the auditors only know to plug in the marks and add them up. Very often, people complain. Auditors must be trained in the system of judging that we're going to do. That is why, if you're doing the ranking system and you got auditors, all you're doing is adding up where everybody gets. And that is what's been happening over the years. Calypsonians been tricked. They see the word ranking, but what they're doing is not the ranking system. They're doing aggregate system.
Well, explain us all that.
And the aggregate system is this. I could be a judge whose hand is very heavy, or I could be one who is very light. I might have my first person with a score of 70, whereas on another person's mark sheet, you have people 94 coming second. You see where the aggregate is dangerous. With the scientific ranking system, what the chief judge takes in the end, after each judge adds up the scores, is a rank. I go around as chief judge. What do you have IPA as? If you're second, is a 2 we take. We do not take marks. We take a weighted value. This system of aggregate is completely outdated and highly inaccurate in such a competition. It is no more to be used.
Let me just add. Maybe there are nuances, but the ranking system, as implies, is exactly that. No, I am telling. Listen to me. Listen what I'm telling you, and then you're confused. I respect you as a statistician who know more than I do. I am giving you the reality of what happens. You can't doubt what happens. You could have a different opinion. And I'm saying to you, when they say aggregate in Calypso mass or anything, they do like what you do in school. You add everything. You get 70 for science, they add everything. In the ranking system, mind you, I'm telling you what exists with the ranking system. A score is assigned, as you say, right? And based on that score, if I give you 75, I cover judge, and that 75 is my highest mark, you are given 1 ranking point. That's how they do it. No, I'm telling you how they do it. Don't tell me no. That's how. Let me tell you this, man. You don't know anything. Listen, I'm telling you how they do it. I am telling you how they do it. That is wrong. This is the point I'm making to you. Virgo, this is the point I'm making to you. I just concede to you that you are a statistician. You know more than I do. I'm not going to argue the merits and demerits of this system. I am going to tell you what happened. You can't doubt what happened when I know what that is what happened. There's a different thing. So, right. So I'm just telling you. So Virgo, that is why I'm saying somebody like you, with the knowledge, with the know-how, can guide the system. Okay?
Oh, hold on. Yeah. We in the Kingston Fish Market at all. No. Yes, go ahead, Marley.
I have a burning question, and let me apologize for my ignorance if it comes across as that, right? But I would like to know, is there or will there be a difference in the outcome if you take the ranking at the end of each performance versus if you add up all of the...
I could answer right away.
Yes.
Yes.
And then take the
I could
ranking
add it.
at the end. I just want to...
No, I could answer you right away.
Uh-huh.
What you're saying, if you do the ranking and do the aggregate, if you get the same result, is that what you're asking, right?
Yes, yes.
I know that's what you're asking. I know I don't know that asking. No, not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, I could say this to you, because I did it myself. Took the scores, and if the aggregate was used, somebody would have come second instead of third.
Mm-hmm.
And you could do it for yourself, You could do exercise for yourself. Just put on some scores, take those same scores, add them up, and have a aggregate, and then use the ranking system.
Right. So my second question then is that the argument Virgo is making? Because based on what he explained there, he is saying that the ranking is done after the individual performance and then taken into consideration at the end of the process. But the way that I understand it's done currently is that we add up all the scores, right?
No, you don't add up all the scores. You have scores for every Calypsonian.
Yes.
Right? And naturally, you'll have marks coming in ascending order, and what you call it. So whoever you give the most mark is number one rank on your score.
Right.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not adding all the scores. So you give Scotty 70, 80, and that's your highest mark. Scotty gets 1 ranking point.
Okay. But I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'll probably discuss it more in the thing, but it's not clear in my mind still. I'll discuss
Listen
it
to
on
me.
the break.
If you give Virgo charts, he will tell you about F tests and T tests and all them things there.
But let me make a point.
Virgo holds.
Yeah.
Virgo.
All right,
No.
Scotty, over to you. Scotty, over to you.
No.
Take it over, Scotty.
At the end of the day, right? When you come to a method, recommend you write a paper and set out all your statistical arguments. And I give it to my sister who's an econometric. Chan, I ain't that. Right? So all them numbers you going and multiplying and dividing.
I'm not judging from now to the year coming up, because the majority of Calypsonians are adhering to the rotten system. I am not going to be a part of this aggregate system anymore. I have complained to the president of the Calypso Association. I've been telling him all the time that each judge will do the normal thing. They will give positions according to the scores on the mark sheet. But in the final analysis...
Virgo, that don't happen nowhere in the world again, Virgo. No way in the world again, Virgo. In every competition in the world, the auditors are the one who deals with the numbers.
Well,
you cannot assume, Virgo, that every judge knows mathematics. I have been judging in this competition. I have judged in many competitions, and sometimes I'm waiting on people to add up the score and a calculator minutes after I had done my own.
The auditors are only to check over your work.
Virgo, you are asking judges to become statisticians and mathematicians. And I'm saying to you, Virgo, what I would encourage you to do, Virgo, this is 2026. Set out your argument in a paper for me, please, so that we could study it and send it to experts instead of coming here and burdening people who don't know about stats and maths. Right? So we're going to move on. President, anything else? The lunch come?
Before everything is sealed off, right? We got Mr. Blazer Williams saying who been judging from...
Wait, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to, hello, downtown. Yeah. What I'm saying, right, is that since the devil was a little boy and Gibraltar was a pebble, we had people like Blazer Williams who've made significant contribution in the development aspect of Calypso and the arts. And I would like to hear him on the microphone say something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil Blazer Williams.
You put me on the hot seat, eh? the question as to who actually says who wins, okay, is a matter of a decision which is taken by a collective effort of the judges. Am I correct? Now, what we have been doing, and the experiences that we do the calculations, each performance, after that, the sheet goes to the auditors, okay? At the end of judging, we assemble, and then the auditors would bring forward their calculations, okay? And they would, it's basically in terms of what they're saying, okay? I can't recall us having to go through each individual Calypsonian in totality, that is. You go through 10 Calypsonians, okay, I go through 10 Calypsonians, okay? I do not think we have ever, we've been sitting down, okay, and say, I give you a particular mark, okay? I have 75, you've been using 75, okay? If that is my score in terms of my head, nobody else gets 75 in my judging, then you give me a 1. That's what you're saying, isn't it, brother?
Well, maybe you didn't remember you judged 2 times in the ranking system when I was chief judge.
Yeah, when I'm saying.
But that was different. The chief judge, the ranking system style is different.
No. What you're saying is that we, at the end of the judging, okay? What you're saying basically is that we got together, and that's what you're saying? And then each individual judge says, okay, this is my highest score, right? And we get...
They put them in order, usually by adding. Who get the highest on your sheet? Number 1.
That is what I'm saying.
Yes, and then that will be handed to the chief judge.
Yes.
On the final sheet, from every judge, one might have hyper 5th, another might have hyper 6th, one might have hyper 3rd.
Yeah.
You do not take the individual scores, you take the individual rank.
Yes, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, good. And that is what is added in the end.
And that is what you're saying, right? That is what you are saying we should be doing. Isn't that what you're saying? Well, I get an explanation. I hope it's much clearer as to what he's giving us. That's all I wanted to do.
Okay.
Have some clarification in it. That's all.
All right. Virgo, you do know that currently no judge knows what another judge gave anyone. No judge currently knows what another judge gives anyone. Am I right, colleagues? Am I right, Willis? No judge currently knows the score that any other judge give an artist. And it should remain that way. No, they don't. They don't know. You only know when you get the result. Virgo, you have already made your point. You can't. Virgo, you already made a point. Point taken. We're going to move on. I'm just underlining, for the sake of the audience and the persons in here, that no judge currently knows the score of another judge. So, Zion, Games doesn't know how much I give you. The only person who knows is the auditor. Right? You hear me? You hear, Patches?
All right. Let us let us adjourn and wait for the food, and we could discuss all these things one-on-one or in groups. All right? This is the official end of the session.
End our recess. No woman no cry. Wait. Calypso, let me go. Anything to play.
When we bring the result, each judge signs to it. It goes over to the auditors, who check it over and see that we don't make any error. If we make any error, they call all of us and show us here. At the same time. You understand? But you can't put them alone to do anything.
Ça y est? Ça y est. Bodum, bodum. I know them French and Spanish where they talk there. Melda, oh, you making wedding plan. Carrying me name to Obia man. All you do, you can't get you. I still ain't go married to you. Hey! You making yourself a papi show, Melda.
You making yourself a bloody clown.
Up and down the country searching for Obia.
And your perspiration smells so strong.
Girl, you only making stand. Obia wedding plan can't stand. You too damn nasty.
Get away from me.
Me name to Obia man. All you do
can't get through.
I still ain't go married to you. Drunk and disorderly.
Oh yes,
always in custody with your friends and your family. All men fed up with me cause I drunk and disorderly.
Every weekend I in the jail, drunk and disorderly. Nobody could stand me, baby.
Bidi 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 bam
Drunk and disorderly, nobody could stand me, Bill.
I can't drink you down, I can't wine.
I ain't come out to play.
I drink plain beer,
I ain't come out to play.
Come bring jars, bring rum, bring drink. Bring champagne, ink anything. I say you feel good, you stay in a happy mood. Rum give you more vitamin than food.
Oh Lord, that's drunk and disorderly, always in custody with friends and the family. All men fed up with me cause I drunk and disorderly. Every weekend I in the jail. Drunk and disorderly, nobody could stand it. Hey. Drunk and disorderly, always in custody with my friends and my family. All men fed up with me cause I drunk and disorderly.
Every weekend I in the jail.
Drunk and disorderly, nobody could stand me bail.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Oh,
I walk over the Lord up.
ding dong, ding dong.
Slower than that. 2, 3, 2. I was planning to forget Calypso and go and plant feed in Tobago, but I am afraid I can't make the grade.
For every time I lie down in me bed,
I hear in a bassman in me head. Bum bum pidim bum. Bum bum pidim bum. Bum bum pidim bum. Bum
Pum 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 pum.
I don't know how this thing gets inside me.
I don't know how this thing gets inside me. Morning and evening,
Kill me crazy.
like she taking me head for a panyard.
Morning
And evening, like the fella gone mad. Pim pum,
if I don't want to die,
pim pum.
you will put me in a chair.
I don't want to, but I got to sing. Pim pum,
And if I don't want to sing,
pim pum.
when we start to do it thing,
I don't want to, but I got to sing. Yeah,
Pum pum pidim pum. Pum 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 pidim pum. Pum 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 pidim pum. Pum pim pim
pum
pim
pum
pim.
pum 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 pum
Pum.
pum pum pidim.
I don't know how this thing get in.
Gee, a black man hold me by me collar. He asking me the meaning of a black power. A black man hold me by me collar, asking me the meaning of black power. Well, I tell him, I don't know. Bam, he hit me a blow. So I fall down inside a ring. He tell me to get up and say something. Well, I tell him, black man break up a black man store. The next black man asking the black man what he do it for. Up came a big black police up on a big black horse. To find out what the black man said the next black man lost. Black Friday was for the case. A load of black people pack up in the place. So the judge himself, he was black. I tell him to add some power on that. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey.
Let me get Lord Hawkman. Ding dong, my old mad song. Ding dong, really sweet on pan. Ding dong, is on all radio station. For the peace tell the mighty hawk, I will be the king of road mad. Hey! Hey! Pam pam! That totally sharp.
Mikey Hawk, I will be the queen of road.
Texaco Steel Pan, already have my song. Valley Haps are renegades. Them bambadambade.
They could never win. They only skyrocketing. But I know nobody can stop me. But this year 1973. Hey, ding dong. This is my road mad song.
Ding dong, very sweet on pan. Ding dong, it's an old radio station. All you please tell the mighty hawk, I will be the king of road march. Hey! Ba-da-ba-ba! 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 Listen to the timing. Pa pa da pa pa da pa 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 da
much music in me head. I'm hungry for action. From the north, south, east, and west, they come into jam. Party people all around, and been having a good time. Moving, shooting, sharing one love. Some are dead than they looking mighty fine.
Exposing their sexy body,
having a good time.
It's to see them brave, it's to see them shake.
Shake your boom boom roll. It's out of this world. I can't wait for festival time again. I've just come to join behind them and jam them.
Whoa, whoa, so
forget about all the sorrows and pain. I just want to get behind them and jam them. Snuffy, I want to sing, come.
So give me room, let me play, I gonna make my day.
I just want to get behind them and jam them. I just want to get behind them and jam them. Jam, 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 them, jam, them, jam, 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 them, 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 jam them, and jam them.
Whoa, jam them, jam them, get behind them and jam them. I said to jam and we jam and we jam and we jam, and jam. Get behind them and jam them, jam them. I say to jam them. You wanna get behind them and jam them. Whoa, whoa, jam them. Joker, they tell me, shut up and that's all. I'm saying no, sir. I am human after all. You think invention people like you as an Israelite. They make a mistake and grumble. You turn off the searchlight.
You don't indicate to me that you control the sun. So whatever orders you give me, thy shall be done. You want forbid me, you want to cheat me. Everything you tell me, I have to agree. You must see thing me, let me mountain and me mama. You must see things see me loving, see too. You want to stop me, you want to drop me. Everything you tell me, I have to agree. You must sing to me, let me mount in a me mama. You must sing to me, let me mount in a me mama. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, we got
let me mount in a me mama. Let me mount in a mama. Oh Lord,
I think we left we mountain and we mama.
Let never happen.
We left him out in a wee moment.
No way, no way. Go.
You're right up in there. On the home camera. I'm a feeling tired and sleepy. But my young lady, it is a fault of my sleep.
Up in there.
Yeah.
I'm feeling tired and thirsty. But my young lady, she's in a coconut tree.
I don't think I know
Then you come under the impression. The church said to me, oh, go right up in there. 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 Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. The teaser, the teaser,
soca,
a dirty, dirty teaser.
You ain't nothing but a
Banana, na 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 na. Banana, na 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 na. Banana, na 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 na. Them crazy. And every time I try your number, you have a negative answer. But you ain't nothing but a teaser. A dirty, dirty teaser. I know you're really will but you ain't nothing but a teaser. There's teaser, Grenadian teaser, Vincent teaser, Osa, them Spanish teaser. I know you will do the same thing, but you only come to tease me.
You come inside the people fat. You dance all night until you wet.
These are wet.
Girl, when I ask you for your number, You have a negative answer. But hear me. Well, she ain't nothing but a teaser. Watch it. Girl, a dirty, dirty teaser. Well, I love the way you do the soca.
There's nothing but a teaser.
Soca
teaser. Oh, soca teaser. There's a teaser. Dirty, dirty teaser. She tell me that she come from Georgetown, and she start to wind down to the ground.
Okay, solo, solo. Bing, bang,
teaser, but a teaser. She ain't nothing, nothing, nothing but a teaser. Reggae teaser.
Reggae teaser.
Soca teaser. Mespon teaser.
What's it up?
Baga woman is teaser, teaser, teaser.
I love the way you do the soca.
But you're nothing but a teaser.
The latest style, the latest fashion. Oh, what you know?
She want to tease everybody.
Wearing them cheaters, tighter.
Like a donkey crapper. Girl, you ain't nothing but a teaser. Oh, what she done is now?
Dirty, dirty teaser. She bending over Kiza.
Wriggle it, wriggle it, wriggle it.
I know they get double teaser. Snap it. Really teaser. Teaser. I know it teaser.
What's she now?
Teaser.
All right.
Dirty teaser. When I go down Baga, I find another teaser. I go up Mesco.
Inside you people set.
Oh, you
dance all night until you win. When I ask you for your number, and I give answer. Oh, Lucy, you ain't nothing but a
teaser. Dirty, dirty teaser. She's a teaser. A dirty, dirty teaser.
Well, I love the way you do the soca.
You ain't nothing but a teaser. Early in the morning is jamming. All through the daytime is jamming. Even in the evening is jamming. All through the night time is jamming. Them music woman just could really jam. I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like all the sax woman jamming. How she wake me out of me sleep. When she music make me feel sweet. Them music woman just could really jam. I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like all them sax woman jamming.
How she wake me out of me sleep. When she music make me feel sweet. The music woman just could really jam. Hey, I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like it. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. I like how the keyboard woman jamming. Or she wake me out of me sleep. When she music make me feel sweet. The music woman just could really jam. Hey, early in the morning is jamming. All through the daytime is jamming. Even in the evening is jamming. All through the night time is jamming. Them music woman just could really jam.
update you on what will happen subsequent to you finishing your meal. Alban Cummins, aka Borgo, will do a presentation vis-a-vis the different score in methodologies. That is, after we finish eating, right after we finish eating. I think Scotty said he finished that, so? Yeah, then Scotty said he completed his thing, so. Well, we have a whiteboard. Where the whiteboard is? Yeah, because some people are visual learners, some people auditory, some people learn anyhow. I can't learn. So, Virgo, at the end of when the eating is completed, you will take that whiteboard and you'll demonstrate different methodologies so people can see the pros and cons. Okay? Enjoy your meal. Me? I enjoy plenty work. Let me know. I don't want to put anything. Say now we ahead of time based on our schedule. So okay, you can listen. All right. Okay. While Virgo, calling by his California name, government name Alban Cummins, while he's preparing, I'm giving you 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get yourself in a state of readiness. And Virgo, you in the meantime also do the same so we can promptly at 2:05 do the presentation. Thank you.
That's the English shoes you got in on.
Hide. Room hide. You want me to come on,
Marvo, Snuffy. Fella and all, come. Hello, hello, hello. We need maximum attention, please. Hello, 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 hello. Right. Good. Lady D. All right. Now we're going to do this thing the right way, right? The proper way. Virgo. Virgo. We have to go through the entire process. All right? Monty? Monty? Kaba, with the score sheet. Monty, pull up a video for me. Pull up a Calypso video. So we're going to do it the right way, right? So we have, how many judges in the semi, in the prelim? 5. So we have Judge 1, Judge 2, Judge 3. Pena, come, Pena. Judge 4, who the other judge? Monty. Monty over there, you I pine singing, so you're judging. Right. So here what we're going to do. We're going to go through the entire process. Virgo, you with me, right?
Yeah, but one thing with the judges.
You need to use your mic.
In the case where
Monty, look for Fatty Dan career guidance.
Yeah, in the case where we're using the, well, any of the systems can use the high and low throwaway, right? If you intend to throw away high and low, you should have 7 judges. Because you should have not less than 5 scores for the scientific ranking system.
What do you want? You want 7 judges or you want 5 judges?
7.
So wait. Oh, get him, Mike Kaba. Get him.
We're 7.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. You don't put a point in the table over here, Kaba. Don't move yet.
I think what Scott is doing is trying to replicate what actually happens. The preliminary, there are 5 judges. Semi-finals, there are 5 judges. And the finals, there are 7 judges. 7 judges. So that's what he's trying to replicate. What happens at the preliminary level and the semi-finals level. Okay? The same application will happen anyway.
Hold on, Kaba. So if we have 5 judges, the system disqualified?
No. Well, keep the 5, but you...
Wait. Wait, no, speak on the mic. Speak on the mic.
Yes, you do not use the system of throwing away high and low unless you have 7 judges. You must have a minimum
we're quite clear
of
that
5 schools.
Virgo, listen again. Virgo, preliminaries, 5 judges. Semi-finals, 5 judges. Final, 7 judges where you apply the high and low.
Okay, all right, we replicate. But what I am saying is that perhaps at the time when they were picking the judges, they did not know that you can't throw away high and low with only 5 judges. I'm only telling you now that you don't use high and low throw away with 5 judges.
Virgo, we don't use high and low. Please, we don't use high and low. Don't assume. What you are going to do is explain to us the differences between different methodologies.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
Then that will suffice and we can apply it across the board. Knowing that we have to throw away high and low, as the name suggests, throw away the highest scores and the lowest scores. Okay? Thank you.
No, you need a mic so the people go here. Where the other mic?
Yeah, if I'm to get into this conversation, right? What I'm interested in seeing is the current system that we judge in the preliminaries. So if it is 5 judges that we use for that, let's see from there, and then we can go on to other processes.
Thank you very much. Very nice. So we're going to have 5 judges. What we're doing here, we are doing a demonstration. We have to follow it from the beginning to the end. It doesn't make sense we come in the middle and so on. We're going to go through the whole system. You understand, Virgo? President?
Certainly.
Monty, you need to turn on the projector. We need to get career guidance because we need to have a song to judge. Right? And other people in the room, you will get your paper too. Because if a paper, Kaba, call out the criteria once more for everybody that we currently use.
Let me go again. Calypso. Lyrics, 30 points. Melody, 30 points. Rendition, 20 points. Presentation, 10 points. And originality, 10 points, a total of 100 marks.
You ain't find Fatty then?
$30 points, lyrics. Melody, 30 points. Rendition, 20 points. Presentation, 10 points. Originality, 10 points. 30 and 30 is 60, 60 and 20 is 80, 80 and 10 is 90, 90 and 10 is 100. Yeah, originality is 10. The last is presentation and originality, 10 points apiece.
Okay, so...
Presentation.
So what we're going to do here, we're going to judge this performance. And then at the end of the performance, we are assuming that that was the last performer, right? Okay? Okay, Kaba?
Yeah.
Da Vinci? We are going to judge this performer. And we imagining this is the last contestant, the last performer. Right, Kaba?
Yeah.
So don't move, Kaba. Da Vinci, you need a mic too.
I got a judge?
No, you don't judge. You just play a role. You forget the role you just play? Let me go, Monty. Let me go.
At this point, she had to do a do-over. Yeah, at this point in time, she had to do a do-over. Yeah. Yeah, do-over.
Snuffy, Granny, Snuffy.
Hold on, Snuffy.
Granny Snuffy.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. When I was about to leave school, mommy had a talk with me. She said, girl, the time is now when you must take life seriously. All your childhood days are going away. You must now be thinking of your end. So anything you do, please do it honestly. Don't bring pride and shame on this family. She say, I prefer you to be a scavenger going around cleaning the street. And I prefer you to be a shoe cleaner cleaning shoes and Mr. John Clean than to be a politician working trickery on this nation, living high and feeling mighty while the majority living in poverty. She's a catty girl, I would love to know you have a degree. Whether it be an MA, BSc, or a PhD. But in life is always trying to be fair. Don't ever let money lead you astray. For if it is time to live a straight life, it might not be that easy. Try your best, I want you to promise me. She say, I prefer you to be a vendor walking around selling cakes and sweets. And I prefer you to hold on flour and milk and just pulling and packing wheat. Than to be a big shot lawyer, ripping off the ball and owner, making use of electricity just to get money. Don't do that, honey. She say the evil you do, girl, is sure gonna follow you. What's the sense you wish today, then your life end up in sorrow? Retribution, I know it's always there. And it sure will catch up on you somewhere. So forget about material things and check for the Almighty. And for sure you will live in prosperity. She say, I prefer you to go and walk the land planting tanya yam and a day. And conscience, searching nurses without mercy. Oh, what a pity. Don't look that fatty. She preferred to remain poor than to be living on his feet. You could never live at ease when you living dishonestly. You never know when your trick's gonna fail. All your sins keep backing up on your tail. All the rough and crazy people falling in. Just remember Judgment Day is waiting. She said, I prefer you to be a Calypsonian without money and a care. Just keep people updated on the news, the things that try to keep us here. Don't you be no big back worker who will steal a $2 and will have to run overseas. That is not easy. Don't look that funny. Crying business doing 40. Yet every night I see you are still not spending money. Thank you.
That's win calendar, win calendar. But I was going to say, if Ibija would say, you would say hello, Mukadogad. Good. So the contestant finish. Chief Judge. Chief Judge. You don't add up? When you all finish adding up, let me go. So I will be the president done. Man, you think?
Yeah, what role do you want me to perform?
Chief Judge.
You want me to take the scores up?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I am the laser. That's what I am. And you see how she put it down? She put it, you notice? Put it face down. Yeah. She put it face down. This is the process. Two. What I will not normally do during the preliminaries, I will look over them to ensure that they have all the scores. If you put everything, I'll ensure that they have the scores added. I'm not going to check and see if the scores are right, but ensure that they have a total.
So the liaison takes the score sheets from all the judges.
So, Lance is the auditor.
Yeah, let me.
Lance, hello. Lance is the
Hold on.
Lance is the auditor.
We're coming to you. Hold on.
Virgo. We are replicating the process as to what had happened. So, this is the auditor. He received the scores and she put in the computer. Now, what is missing here? Lance, who is here now, is normally in the auditor's room. So as I submit these, he's there to ensure that the auditor plug them into the computer. No, not that ensure that the information goes in, because he don't calculate. Just ensure that they do the process. Take it, bam, bam, put it in. That's what he does.
Good. Stick up in there now. Right. So, Virgo, here's your mic. Come in now. Virgo.
Yeah. Now, with the ranking system.
In the system. Procedure so far.
What you have done so far?
Yeah.
Well, that is the normal way with all system.
Okay, good. So you don't have a problem up to there?
Yeah, just let me mention this. There should be duplicate copies of the scoring sheet. As soon as she's finished singing.
Wait, hold on. One thing at a time. Why must there be duplicate?
Well, I'm explaining. That's why you asked me to show the differences, right? Okay, good. Well, for safety. Now, the person here mentioned that we are human beings and we can change our minds. As soon as somebody is finished singing, somebody from the auditor's office or maybe from the Calypsonian Association collects that sheet from the judge, and you cannot make any change. You understand? It happened even in the final.
No, we know that. We know that's
Yeah.
that's
So that's a normal thing.
Yeah, that's a normal
So
thing.
the question about changing your mark, that is dead. You cannot change your mark.
Right.
Good. Now, with normally, why you want me to comment on?
It reached in, no.
Because you say dealing with the current system.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
He asked why the copy, and he just said the copy. He asked
Yes.
for the copy.
Well, what I am saying should be done in the current system is that when everybody is finished singing and the auditors or whoever it is representing the Calypsonian Association takes up the sheet to be handed to the auditors, the judges have a duplicate copy and they do the final thing. They add up and position them. Good?
Wait. So what you're saying, that when the auditors adding up, the judges must be over here adding up again?
No, I'm repeating it. Let me repeat it now. We're saying that the judges themselves, they decide the positions of the singing. And then it is handed to the auditors. They also have a copy of each singer's sheet. They verify what the...
Wait, hold on, Vogue. We're going one step at a time. I'm asking you the question. When the auditors are adding up, do you want the judges to be adding up? Yes or no?
No. Auditors, we don't care when they add up. All I'm saying is we bring in the results and give it to the auditors for them to verify.
So that they have to add up in order to...
Yeah, but I don't care when they add up. They usually add up after we finish. The question is not really appropriate. The point I'm making. We can't tell the auditors when they could add it. We bring the results to the auditors.
Wait, Vorgo.
Yeah.
The auditor...
Who must add up? Who must add up?
The Calypsos, the judges must both add up and bring the results.
Hold on, Vorgo. Hold on. Sekapende. Vorgo, this is 2026. And we're the last people still using a manual system.
Well, then what you're asking me to tell you then, if you don't want the judges to add, then you should ask me to explain it.
No, remember they're asking you now because you have some discrepancy.
Yeah,
so they're asking you to take them through the steps.
Right.
Okay? So as you're taking them to the steps now, we will understand clearly where you're coming from.
Because I think your point was the statistical method or the mathematical method. I thought that was your point.
But I can't do that mathematical method with one song. So everything is inappropriate.
I thought that was the comment he was going to make.
No. You cannot compare the system with using one calypso. One calypso.
Okay, well.
That's the point.
Okay.
I am to explain it on the board.
Right.
Okay, hold on, Iba, hold on. This is okay.
Yeah, let me explain the system on the board.
No, it's obvious you cannot use one calypso because the calypso will come first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth.
Yeah, you cannot use that.
Now, what you can do, and I know you can do it, is fabricate some scores. Right? So you put under 5 judges, put 4 or 5 Calypsonians and put the scores for them. Yeah. You can do that. Yeah, you can do that for sorting.
Yeah, but I do not believe in that because it's under different condition and it is not realistic. Suppose you put...
But no, it's numbers you want.
I don't like it like that.
Hold on.
If you want me to explain the ranking system to everybody here, I'll explain it. But for me to use a fake situation, I believe in mathematics. That's my first
Hold on.
I don't believe in fake numbers.
You know those.
Right?
I will tell you why. He said because only one Calypsonian. Yes, Zainai. Yeah.
What I'm interested in is that we demonstrate what is the current process. Now that we reach to Lance with the documents,
Right.
let us see the process.
Okay, the process,
where it
the
goes
process
from there.
is,
That is what I'm
the process is, he's the auditor. He has now tabulated all the scores, and based on the method that is being used, because you have to give him the method, he determines the rank from first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Okay? He then summons all the judges, all, along with the president and the chairman, and the scores and results are given to each judge to sign off as saying they have seen it.
So, in
That's
that process, would the judges be able to know if there were any distortion or any hanky-panky went on with the scores that they presented?
No, that's Land's job as the vigilante, keeping his eyes to ensure that the process is fair.
Mr. President, if I may come in here, how I get it from Virgo, which I'm in agreement with, Virgo is implying that the judges make the decision, pass it to the auditor to verify. Am I correct?
No, we understand that, but they're asking.
So what's wrong with that?
No, they're asking what's the current process. He is asking for change. I am explaining the current process. I can't go his way. I am telling you what happens. The way we're doing now is what happens.
But he's saying he's not.
You're right, so
and
that
I'm
is,
saying I agree with
that,
him.
no, that is step number 2.
So if I am to step in here,
Ah.
what you guys are stating to me, right, is that when the auditor finishes, it means that the judges have to accept what is presented by the auditor.
Yes.
I'm against that.
We can't even go over there and check it. I'm against that.
Yes.
So there we have.
Okay.
There we have some.
Hold on. All the auditors do, it's mathematical, right? Now, as I just explained to Virgo, right? In this modern 21st century, most competitions, they give you a tablet, you put in your scores, you press a button, and then the computer will spit out everything because you have what you call written a macro. Nobody don't have to go and add and multiply and divide. Do you understand? So, Virgo, with all due respect, what you're trying to do is quite way back into the Stone Age. I'm being very blunt and frank to you, right? Patches, hold on, Patches, I'm answering you. Patches, with all due,
Aggregated Stone Age.
right? Now, I would say to this, since I've been the chief judge, right? No, because we want you to demonstrate, but what you're saying, because your point was about this system of, we are getting to there, Virgo, we are getting to there. Virgo, not my system, we are getting to there.
Excuse me.
Zainai, one more minute. Because what Zainai said, give me the current system. So we are the auditor. What Virgo is saying, the auditor mustn't add up. The judges must add up. That's what Virgo is saying.
No.
But Virgo, I'm saying to you, if you put the judges to add up, you're begging for problems.
Why?
Because everybody could add maths. Virgo, you are a mathematician.
Let me defend myself here. Virgo is saying that the judges must concur and they get the auditor. So one of the ladies talk about bias, and I tackle the guy Sutherland with that. If the auditor have a bias and he exchange numbers or he take out or he put in, who the hell going to scrutinize it after? Who will know after? See, does disclose anything?
That is why we need.
No, the individual judges know what they judge, but they don't know what the other compatriots did. They don't know. How they don't know? Only he said they must have a copy.
Listen to me, man.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Hold on. One at a time.
Mr. President, what I am gathering from this thing is that after the scores go to the auditor, there is no verification as to if what the auditor did is correct. So what I am interested in hearing is that after it goes from the auditor, the judges should have some access to know if what is done is correct. But apparently, like the auditors have the last say. Is it that way? In current situation?
As is, that's what I have seen. I have, if a judge...
Let me just get clear.
But I just
don't mix it up.
There's no mix up.
I like to tell you straight.
But
Is it that the auditors have the last say as to the result?
Yes.
You could add or subtract.
Well, gentlemen,
yes.
Gentlemen and ladies, as we hear it now, it is up to the Calypsonians to decide if this is what they want, and if this is not what they want, it is in the interest of us to come up with the necessary resolution.
Yes.
Just to add here, Mr. President, why the heck in Trinidad and those other countries, they just bring up the score and show you who win by half a point or 1 point? Why we can't get that here too? Why we can't get that? I agree with Virgo. Let the judges make the decision. Them just get the cost. It's them people that attack, not the auditor. And the auditor could subtract and he could add. And like one of the ladies said, they have bias. Why the hell the judges and them, you trust them to judge the Calypso show? Why they can't concur and say, okay, this is the case, Mr. Auditor, this is that. You verify that. The auditor should verify it and let them double check it. I totally against the auditor having the final say. CDC don't disclose nothing. I've never seen a score in my 40 years.
Well,
I've never seen a score yet.
They won't disclose.
Never. They always refuse them to show you.
They won't stop this until they have to pay plenty money in a court of law. Judges are to bring the results. Auditors verify it. Correct. If auditors find a fault, they call the judges and show us the fault. And then the results not published until they correct it. That's how it should be done.
Can I say something?
Let me guess.
Can I say something for 1 minute? I understand both sides of this thing, huh? But for me to be clear, if the judges in St. Vincent want to total this court and bring back the results, a whole heap of things got to change. And let me tell you one thing, huh? Privacy. I got a problem and I talk about it over and over and over. The judges meet up in CDC office to talk to anybody, meet with anybody all during the office talking. They leave there, they walk across to the judging position, they're talking to 1 million people in the park, to any and everybody. They go upstairs, they sit on the line with a drink where anybody talk, and then come to judge shows. I cannot and I will not believe and I will not agree that when a judge can left there and go downstairs and talk to me or talk to he, then again he the rights to go and total anybody's scores. Because all of these human beings, all of these human beings, I ain't gonna say I the thief nor he the thief, but all of we are human beings.
He said all of we.
Listen to me.
Hold on, no, he said all of we. So what's hard? He said all of we. But he said all the way. No, he said all the way. All the way mean who? Everybody. So, okay, cool, good. Okay, you get on. Legal and you get on.
If we can do that, CDC have to make sure that when we pick up judges to go someplace privately, bring them by police escort into the venue, go a judge, pick them back up and move them. They cannot be met to the general public.
Okay, Bill. We have a. Yep, we have a serious thing. No, hold on, Zion. I'm coming to you on patches. Because we have to be very scientific, right? So, patches, your position, which is Zion's position, is how do we deal with that? And it seems to me patches is saying you need some kind of discussion. That's the only how. And it means that judges have to verify to one another what they have, because that's the only hope.
I think they should do that. So what's wrong with that? I think what is wrong with that?
No. Right? Okay. We're just trying to.
I have the answer for all those things. something called a secrecy oath.
We all an observer, we're just trying to think. Right.
Yeah, we know all of that. We know all
Right.
of that.
Come, Kaba. Come. All right. Hold on. Virgo, hold on, please now. Hold on. Virgo, we want old talk, we want action. So we done the old talk, now we're trying to get action, right, Patches? Right. So, the scores now from the last contestant, Calypsonian. What do we do? Patches, I want you now. Come. Turn on the mic, Patches.
It's on.
We had the last sheet collect from the last Calypsonian. What we should do now?
The judges sit down together, they tabulate the scores together, they concur, this is it. Everybody come to an agreement, well, this is who I have first.
So therefore, we can use the auditor as a mathematician like Virgo. With our
he verify what the decision they come with and not the other way around.
This is a very serious issue. This is a very serious issue, and you can't leave it today without getting that right.
Yeah. That's what we're doing.
I have heard judges say they didn't even know who win.
Hold on, Virgo. Patches. We walking it out. Zay and I, we walking it out. So, somebody at our instructions, we say, okay, add up contestant number 1, right? And we look at it, right? Okay? What we do next? We say, that look good? Right? We say, go on to next, whatever.
Get the other time, then he verify and say, okay, this is so and so and so. So and so is the case.
Okay,
I agree.
all right.
That's what it is.
Wait. Patches, you're very clear there, man. That's why the kingdom come down. Yeah?
Let me fill in the gap with Patches.
You understand me? Yeah? That's why the kingdom come down. Right, so wait, hold on. These ladies who listen everything. How the song end?
So I just want to be clear of the process. So after we finish, all the contestants are finished, the judges meet and we tabulate. Each judge will tabulate their score, right? Of all the contestants. Then do we move it to the head judge to verify?
Then you involve the head judge.
Okay. And then, make sure I'm clear, the auditor comes in and cross-check.
After the head judge, done go through it,
right?
Verify it with the auditor, take that now to the auditor.
Right. So, just to be clear, when the results are in, the judges are the ones who are ranking the different positions based on the scores? Yeah. Okay. So then, after the auditor verifies, he brings it back to the judges to confirm that both scripts are the same?
Back to the judges or the chief judge.
Or the chief judge.
Yeah, which I prefer the chief judge.
Okay. Does that sound like some...
Janelle, the boss in your brain. Janelle, let me hear you. Stop thinking so hard.
I'm trying to figure out what is our objective. Is it that we are not comfortable that our scores as submitted to the auditor are accurate? No. Are accurately inputted? Or are we saying that, the basis of the argument or the contention is sometimes we see results and the results are surprising to us? What is it really we want to fix?
We want to fix this thing. That judge's role is to bring the result and auditors verify it.
Thank you very much. All right, okay. They want to shift the balance of power to the judges away from the auditor.
So in bringing the results, what does that look like? What does that process look like? Does that look like judges sitting at a table deliberating, or does it simply look like the chief judge sees everybody's scores and then passes it to the auditor?
The auditor sees everybody's score too.
That's not my question, sir.
Yeah.
That's not the question I'm asking.
Yeah. In a kind of way, Janelle, all he's asked, Virgo, please now, hold on. All he's asking for, like in university, we call it a second examiner, right? That's what he's asking for. That's all the whole thing is, So the first examiner is the panel of judges.
Okay.
Because the panel of judges, before it go to the auditor to do anything, we should know, have an idea. Yeah. Right. And we probably don't need to go from 1 down to 15. We could just concern ourselves with 1 to 3. Something like that they're asking for. But I just want to be very sure that if he come last, he knows Scotty make it come last.
So essentially,
One of the ladies said, and I heard somebody else reinforce it, that, give me a minute there, Virgo, that we're human. And let we don't mama guy ourselves. This country is highly divided politically. And I spoke with the guy Sutherland, the last one we had here. And I said, Mr. Sutherland, I have respect for you, but I don't think you should have the final say. Because you could change course to suit the political directorate in this country. 6 or 7 people wouldn't do that. They wouldn't take that chance. You would have a democratic result if you have some of these persons judging. You know, I just want to make that clear. That one man could add or he could take away because he was hyper to win, because it suit his policy. 7 persons can't do the same thing.
So essentially, and from what I understand, without wanting to belabor the point, the issue here is with the lack of confidence in the auditor used. Not so much the system that we currently have, you know. The issue is the perception of the auditor's interests. Now, us doing an extra hour of maths before it's not going to make a difference. We have to have confidence in the system, just as we have confidence in the judges. And we have to do that in a way that does not allow the public to think that there is any whispering going on among judges, because just as we now have a question mark over the auditor currently used, we could also have question marks over the judges. And then we bring everything into question. So we have to be very careful that we are not allowing our own inherent biases to influence a system that can work in theory.
Thank you. You finished?
I think
While I listen. While I
Go ahead,
listen,
Zainai. Hold
while I
on.
listen,
Virgo, please. Zainai.
While I listen to the lady's comment, I want to say that the real problem is the Calypsonians prefer the decisions coming from the judges and not from the auditor. The auditor should be used as a secure recording system. That is, we give you, you can make sure, verify what the judges presented is correct. But I think the Calypsonians prefer the judges to make the final decision and not the auditor.
Thank you, Zainai. Go ahead.
Okay, my point is, to me, we're going around in circles, eh?
Go ahead, make your point. Make your point.
What's the role of the judges on the competition night? We sound like assessment, not judge. And what's the role of the auditor? So
only to verify, nothing else.
We not nobody judging.
Add or subtract.
If based on the argument, we just going around in circles, nobody playing an important role at all.
So you all want auditors play judge's role? When you judge,
once the judge put a mark to your calypso, based on the criteria, it doesn't matter who verifies it. No.
No. Okay. Janelle summed it up.
I do not agree with her
submission. She summed it up.
I don't agree with her
Hold on,
summary.
no. The issue, she summed it up. The issue is a lack of confidence in the auditor. It can be why would then, if you have confidence in the auditor, why would you question him? No, the issue here is a lack of confidence and trust. Me use the word trust too, and trust in the auditor. That is the issue.
Mr. President, give me a minute there. Some of you may not be aware. Burger, give me a minute there. This country is so polarized. They're the judge. And just a couple of days ago we talked. Wait now. Just want to educate some people who may not be aware. I don't mean the dumb. I'm just enlightening them. 1 year, 3 persons came in the top of the Calypso Association. A top politician called and cussed the judge. F note. And he was on them side. And he stopped judge. Call and cuss them. And you think this is the NDP thing? Let me leave it right there. So how you could take a man who actually was a politician and was a candidate and put him to over people like me?
Okay, so here, Patches. Here's Zion. This is the proposal, Mr. President. Everybody, hear the proposal. The same thing we do in the election is what we will do. Right? So the auditor, Mr. President, you're listening, would be with all the judges. We would hear judge number 1, contestant number 1, somebody call the scores are going, you press the button, we all see what comes up, right? Right? And we go down the end. So when somebody call and say, I get 600. Oh, I get 600. But because you were there and see the numbers, and because they're using spreadsheet computers, we too, if you wish, could put in the numbers in our machine and press the button too. Or the song, Willis.
I don't find that. By time enough we see the score. I find judges that perform the role of that.
But that is what we just said there.
All right. Aaron.
Or the song.
Well, song feasible to me.
Yeah?
Song feasible.
Zion, or the song.
This thing is simple, and we just going on and on and on,
Yeah,
and this thing has to be settled here today, you know. Because let me tell all you something. You see this argument that we carrying across the table.
Well, that's the only thing. Good work.
If we can't finish this today, you know, then we're gonna have a big problem. I think what the guys need, they want the judges to make the final say. What we should be using the auditors as is just recording agents, making sure that whatever the judges came up with is correct. They just record it and save it. So I in for this too, you know, because let me tell you something. For some years now, Calypsonians have not been given the score sheets. You guys know that?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, for years now. For years, yes.
So, up to now, nobody know exactly who really win, you know. Yeah? If for example, if I in a competition and they say Kaba is the winner, I can't even know how Kaba beat me. You understand? So, let we get this thing right. If the majority want the judges to have the final say, we just use the auditors to just take a recording process, and the judges come together, sit around the table, and just deal with the thing.
Where does this start from? Does this start from
just deal with the thing, Kaba.
Does this start from preliminaries, or does it just start just semi-finals and finals?
Hello?
Where does this representation of the scores start at the preliminaries? Is only the semi-finals and finals?
Well,
that is rubbish.
Hello.
I want to know what.
Okay, let me respond, because it's something I've been saying all the time. It is a competition. It is a competition with 3 phases. You can't cherry pick where to use it. It must be used throughout the competition. Because it is a competition that has preliminaries, semis, and finals. Now, I'm here in UZNI, and I am, as a person, as an individual, I believe in democracy. So that is why I see all of us are in our view. And whatever the Calypso Association decide is what we have to take to CDC. I have said so over and over and over again. This man named Oral Cabinet have never believed in unilateralism. I have never imposed my will on persons. The executive will tell you that. Even though I have a point I feel I'm strong on it, and the executive votes 4-3, I take exactly what they say to CDC. I don't even change, I don't flavor it. That's what I do. And you have heard me, I think you have heard me And
Well,
you could attest to.
Well, Kaba, here what I believe. Here I believe. I believe you should go to the back to the association with the tent leaders.
Thank you very much.
Let them make the proposals.
Thank you very much. That is the
whoever is the greatest majority, then we come to a decision, and then you take the issue to the CDC.
As far as I'm concerned, the issue is
because we need to settle
the tents will deliberate on it. Because the tents will deliberate on it. The association will make a decision based on what the tent says, and then cry it to CDC.
Perfect.
Okay?
Perfect.
Right. Now.
Go ahead. No. It's
No.
Go ahead.
So
if we're going to shift empower the judges more, right? And we're going to alter the division of labor, then I hope that the Calypsonian Association would realize that you need to review payments.
We have to review a lot of things.
Okay, what she's saying, based on the labor,
The additional work.
right, additional work, then this should be compensated accordingly. All right, but anyways, there's a process, and I just want to address something again. Not all of you are here at the beginning. When I delivered my brief remarks, I said that the Calypso Association has submitted to the CDC that the association wants the scores to be revealed. I even went on to elaborate because I want to be clear and to say it isn't that the scores will be made available to every single body, but your individual scores. And for the safety, and this is grounded on a track record that we have known that judges have been attacked by Calypsonians because they, when they used to disclose scores just like that, has seen the scores assigned to them and felt they were ill done and went after them. So when you are making decisions, everything is not black and white. There are nuance sometimes. You have to put protective elements in place. So what this decision was made is that you will see your score and the remarks. That is why I told you judges again, if I remember, I am challenging them that they must put remarks and not just fair and good and excellent.
Mr. President.
Let me just go.
When a person will do that, right? Strike them off.
No, we will come to that. And that's why I'm challenging the judges, because they have a responsibility as well. Now, having said all that, there's a process. I don't want us to defeat the purpose of what we said that this eventual exercise will be, which is the esteemed Alban Cummins will demonstrate to us the different methodologies in scoring so we could understand as Calypsonians, as administrators, as judges, that we are all on one page. So when you hear the ranking system, you don't have to be you don't have any fog in your head. Is that, but how he come first, how he come second? You understand how the marks are assigned, what processes they go through to arrive at it. All right, Mr. Cummins, I want to go over to you now for you to deal finally with the aggregate system and the rank and file system. Ranking system. Let me say rank and file.
Just before we go on. How long now have the CDC implemented the policy where the Calypsonians can't see their scores? Because I know in the past.
Let me answer because since I have been president, it's about 9 years now, since I've been president. But no, aim before that. No, the best person to answer that is not me, because presidents change. Calypsonians, have been singing 20, 30 years. They will know.
40 years.
They will know when they stop seeing the school. See, Patrick saying never see school for 40 years. 40, and I don't want to go into that. We go have a sidebar and deal with that. Okay?
Just because I know.
No, we got a sidebar. This is what I'm telling you that. Here I'm telling you that. Parties is singing longer than you judges.
Yeah, I know that.
So the
but
point I'm making, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to legislate
I
it.
know
not,
it. I just want to
litigate
say,
it.
I know that the Calypsonians were allowed to go to see their score. You would not have, individually, you could go and see your score, and that's it. You won't know how to see.
Yeah, I'm saying already.
And that was just the other day. You know?
They ain't just the other day. So let me just that
At
let
least-
us be a sidebar. Let don't go on so that we
And
can.
the Hassan- it's better between Hassan-
Pena, let me just allow my man to think, because I know one thing will lead to it. Pena, I know one thing will lead to the next. There's something we could have a sidebar and deal with. This is a life and death. No, let him deal with the matter. That's the point I'm making.
All right.
I know once. I know that's exactly that.
Yeah.
I know that's that. So let him think.
Now, before I go on, I want to answer one thing. This thing about judges making the decisions and auditors do their work, they've been doing a long time, from the time immemorial. Now, let me tell you this. Is when a certain president came into office, I'm not saying it's cover. They made their own changes, perhaps unilaterally. But the role of a judge is to judge a competition. And if there's a court matter any time, a discrepancy with the Calypsonian, I'm a lawyer and I'm telling you this. If it goes before the court, when the judges ask when the court asks the judges, what position you brought such and such, they cannot tell the court, we didn't bring the position, it's the auditors. CDC and Calypso Association will be liable. A judge's role is to bring the position, you're to judge. This nonsense about not having confidence, it is not a matter of confidence, it's doing what is right. Let judges judge. Auditors are to verify.
Thank you, Volker. So let us get to your presentation now.
Now.
No, we don't already make a decision.
We're done with that.
I have never heard of a judge disputing any result.
Well, you wanted to play Jacker or what? Both sides?
That is the point I'm making. I understand group dynamics here. Once you come up with something else get nothing. And if you stop somebody from speaking, they'll think you're discriminating against them. Yes. That's why I asked Borgo to go ahead. We have made a decision that we as the Calypso Association, representative of Calypso and Tent, we will make a decision. And all the arguments, all the submissions we're taking into account. So let us go with the presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect. All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Now, many years ago, the Calypso judging system in entire Caribbean was one style. You just add up what judges give, right? It is called mathematically the aggregate system, right? Aggregate system, or some people call it aggregate ranking system. But I don't like the word ranking attached to it. Good? Aggregate is total. Doesn't mean it aggregate. Now, I don't have much, I would not be writing much because I don't have any figures to compare. Actually, with this ranking system, it was introduced in Trinidad first. And we had a workshop here when Hassan was president of the Calypso Association. And we had facilitators from Trinidad who showed us the new scientific ranking system that came into being. That is why I dispute the statement by Dr. Scott that the ranking system is outdated. No. No, I'm correcting people. On the contrary.
As a Google tree. You're supposed to be presenting, not critiquing people.
Listen to me. I am telling you now that that statement should be, you should remove that statement.
Present Vogo.
I know you are a historian, right?
Present Vogo.
I consider myself a mathematician and a lawyer, right? And maths is my first thing, right? But I'm telling you, if you check the history, you will see that the aggregate system was there all the time. The scientific ranking system, let me take them one at a time. The aggregate system, the result is based on the highest number, right? When you add up, just plain addition. With the scientific ranking system, the final assessment is not made by taking totals. It is made by taking ranks. Each judge will score ordinarily on his or her sheet and total them and give them the ordinary positions on their individual sheet according to their aggregate. Good? The chief judge or whoever is in charge goes around to each judge. There's a master sheet on which you have the judges numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe horizontally, and the Calypsonian names vertically. You understand? Arranged. From each judge, he is going to take all the scores for every Calypsonian. Not the scores, but the position. He's not asking you how much you give him. Suppose you give him 94. He's not taking 94. He asks you for the position. The reason for the ranking or position is that it gives everybody a consensus of what the judges think about the person's position, right? Because normally the scores can cause trouble. I remember Colin Williams, when he judged with us, he was a very hard marker. You could ask him. Sometime, who he has as first, he used to get 68. You understand? On other person's mark sheet, you have people got 85 and only come 7th. When he has somebody who is first at 68. Now, when you take that 68 from a hard marker, and you get 94 coming 4th and 5th and all them kind of thing, you see, you're not getting a true reflection of the position that the judges intended. Do you understand? Therefore, the aggregate system, both mathematically and otherwise, is not the best to use. That is why they brought in the scientific ranking system. Now, after each judge has totaled his marks across for every Calypsonian, he marks his sheet first, second, third, come right down. Right? Everybody understand me? The chief judge goes around with a master sheet. And the Calypsonian names are marked vertically on the corner. Right? The judges 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You understand? Judge 1. What did you have for Tom? I have him third. You give it a weighted score of 3. Good? You took for everybody. You're not taking the figure for the position. You're taking only the position. And after you have taken it for all, if you want to throw away high and low, you can throw away high and low after. And it will leave you with 5 scores still. That's why we use 7 when you intend to throw away high and low. And when you want to throw away high and low, you should not use less than 5. I mean, you must not have less than 5 scores overall. You understand? Otherwise, there will not be a variance. It will not be a wide enough. Just like if you're doing, well, all of you who, if you're mathematically minded or what, you will know. If you're doing a research, you have to have a certain number of persons. Otherwise, it will not be accurate. Good? So you must not have less than 5 scores in any way. However, the chief judge, it doesn't have to be a chief judge. Anyone, any person, can use the master sheet now and take all the positions, the final positions for everyone. It is those positions that are totaled. And the lowest one becomes the winner. You understand? If someone is first, it's 1. If he's 7th, it's a 7. You understand? You can use that system just as the aggregate system and use a higher. It is soft. It is a simple system. But people in the Leeward Islands and all about think that it is so difficult mathematically and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. Because harder and soft markers can create a discrepancy when you total up. But when you take the rank and not the figure, there's no discrepancy. So that is all we were asking. And that system was used 2 or 3 times when I was chief judge. And let me give you an instance here. I mean, I know a lot of people go in the room and look up and all that. There was a competition.
Thank you for coming.
When we use a ranking system. And the judges, I mean the auditors, the judges sat wrong and we did everything correct. When we do our ranking system, the judges know the result. But we usually ask them not to say anything. It is not right, right? It is not etiquette, you understand? You don't give out the result. Maybe if somebody asks you, you say, well, let us watch and see, or something like that. Over the years, that is how I was, you understand? But if we are afraid that judges are going to talk, then you could be afraid too that auditors might call their wife and tell them who come first and all that. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So you can issue what is called a secrecy oath to both auditors and judges. You're not to think. So that's all I'm telling you about the judging system. The ranking system is the one that is modern and better.
That is best practice, and that's exactly what I said a while ago, as I demonstrate to you. Okay? Yes.
Wow. Okay. Concerning what Pena was said a while ago, right? He said recently. But for years, I've been doing this. Only one time since I'm singing, I ever get to saw my score sheets. The judge's name was not there, but I get to see where they make like comments and say where I go wrong, where the clarity of my voice, everything like that, my presentation, the sound. And I was very comfortable. But after that one time, I have never seen my score sheets again. Up to last year, I went. They told me I have to make a request to see my scores, right? I make that request, and that was since before semi-final. I keep going back and forth every week. I keep going there, sometimes 2-3 times a week, and I cannot get my score sheets. They told me that the auditors have the score sheets, and this is 100% the truth I'm talking, eh? They told me that the auditors have the score sheets and come back in a few days. I went back, that few days becomes weeks. I haven't seen my score sheets. Then they said, one of them, I called, and then I went down to see one specific lady. She was in charge down there, I can see. I don't want to call name. When I went back, she told me that they have the score sheets already, but they cannot just leave it there because anybody can just tamper with the score sheets where people are walking there and they could just go and, see what's going on with people's score sheets and things like that. I said that shouldn't happen. If they come there, they should be somewhere that they can be put safely. Right? I said it. I think I even talked to Kaba about that last year, where I didn't see my score sheets. I keep going, and I just get fed up and did not go back.
Let me say again, I am happy for that anecdotal experience.
Thanks.
But I have said it how many different times, is that CDC has not followed through. I have said that. We cried it to the CDC, and this was made by the board for persons, and I explained how it's supposed to happen. This year, already this year, we have insisted that it will happen, can't happen this year. I ain't going to say the reason why, but we are going to ensure, no, I can't ensure, but we're going to do everything within our powers to ensure.
Cabo, I have a question, right? Hello.
Yeah.
When do the contestants get to know from first place right down to the very last position? And that's something I would like to see implemented, as in being able to know your exact position. If there are 13 contestants and you came 13th, call it 13.
That can be done.
From top straight down to the bottom. That's something I would like
that
to
can
see.
be done. That can be done.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, right down to the, so you know you come last, you know
that can be done.
Yeah.
If you have 10 persons, you call it from 10 to 4. That can be done.
That all. I would like to hear from Ms. Morgan, please, about the score sheet. Mr. President, I want to hear from Ms. Morgan about the score sheet because she has something to say. Marvo?
I think it's the same thing,
Let her speak for herself, Kaba.
No, I think it's the same thing.
Let her speak for herself. Let her speak for herself. No.
But what we have established is that CDC has not lived up to its word. That's what we have established.
So Zion, you as a member of CDC now. We will hold you over the coals, you know. You the Bajan Kaisonian. We remember you.
Just let me just get this question in,
All right.
because remember, we are also going to give feedback.
Yeah.
Because what I wanted to get clarity from Mr. Cummins, if there is, so in terms of the scores or how we present our feedback to the Calypsonians, if we're using this new system, is it that we're showing the score and the rank overall, or is it that we're just giving the feedback? Because that's something we have to make clear, especially the criteria, you know, as well. How do we implement this new system as judges? So is it that we giving them the rank, the score, and the feedback, or you giving the overall? Because they're asking for clarity, so we have to make sure that we're clear what is the feedback is going to be negotiated at the CTC level for the Calypsonians to have access to.
Let me let the person you ask. I have an answer, but let the person you ask answer. She's asking, right, that you have in the scores, right, then the ranking. She wants to know how that will be displayed finally in the score sheet with the remarks.
Oh, how it will be displayed?
Would you give that the ranking, or would be accompanied by the score? Just the rank number.
Well, when you have the ranking system, you usually must have a chief judge. And when he comes up with the final, remember with the system, since I was judging, every time a Calypsonian finishes singing, there's somebody there who takes a copy so that we cannot change the figure. You understand? So we can't make changes. But when the chief judge comes up with the final analysis, every judge, there's a spot for every judge to sign. Good? And the result is given. Everybody's position is given. Because the lowest becomes the highest, becomes number one. The second lowest, number two, right down to the last position. Then it is handed to the auditors, who go up to the CDC office, sit down and check out everything, make sure every judge add up the thing right and all that. And when it is okay now, they say, all right, judges, everything up here to be correct. Then they release the results to the...
So,
the auditors go up and check
she
it
asked
over.
a question.
Yeah.
She asked about what the artists would be able to see afterwards, because there was something mentioned that the artists want to see their scores. So what would they be seeing? Would they be just seeing the ranks? Would it be a case where they see the remarks?
Yes, they would see
all
this.
do the artists get a chance to see? Because you will have stuff that will be a part of the judging criteria, but after, for the sake of the artists, for their knowledge and their growth, what would he display to them?
Well, as I say, I constructed all the instruments because I was at the workshop with the
Go. That's not a question for you, Vogo.
Comment to the point.
Vogo, that's not a question for you. It's a question for the president. You don't play that role. It's only the president who sits with CDC can answer that question.
I don't know how many times, how many ways I have to say this, right? I understand the clarity that what you need, whether or not it will be in tandem or it will be one or the other. I think that's what she's asking. Whether the score displayed and your rank next to it. That's what you're asking, right?
Pass it to the mic for the people online.
Why I'm asking is because we get the part of you have to negotiate with CDC. Is that what you're saying? You have to
What
tell
I'm
them?
asking you, for clarity, you are asking whether or not it's one or the other, or if it's both. Is that you're asking?
Yes. So is it that the Calypsonian would get their score, overall score, the rank, and the remarks from the judges, or we making a decision that is either or? What are they going to get access to?
Well, everything won't hurt.
So can we put that on the record
Yeah,
as a decision?
everything won't hurt.
Okay.
You know, and it's not my decision.
The Calypsonian has demanded everything.
Everything, yeah.
Except the name of the judge.
The name of the judges
Except the name of the judge.
And let me make it clear, the Calypsonian he or she is entitled to his or her score. Only. And thank you for that word, only. Okay? Yes, Zainai.
Okay, in the case of the names of the judges, from what I experienced in times past, they would present to you the score sheets, but there's a particular way in which they do it. They hide the name of the judge. So you are able to see your scores and the comments, but you can't identify the judge.
The judge's name will be redacted.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nothing is wrong with that because
that's the intent.
Everyone needs to be secure.
That is the format we're talking about.
Yeah, everyone needs to be secure.
Well, just a recommendation, though. I don't think that the actual score sheet used on the night should be used because I can know the handwriting of if Mr. Venn is a judge. I know his handwriting, so they need to be compiled separately.
The idea is to really transcribe it, so you could hide the judge's identity in all manner. So, because all you want is actually your score, your comments. That's what you really want to see. Yeah, so every measure be taken to hide the identity
So
of the
just a
judge.
suggestion to be minuted, maybe we should do a spreadsheet, right? And just move the data over to that spreadsheet and persons have access to it.
Mr. President, what is the criteria used for a chief judge? How do we go around selecting who is the chief judge or not? This chief judge was announced a lot of time this evening, right?
So, well, yes.
Okay, you want to start from there? No problem. Let's start from there and then go on.
Okay. Let me tell you what has happened in the past. We asked each tent to submit. We asked each tent to submit, like we say we want 5 judges, we asked each tent to submit like 8 or so. 8 judges, right? We look at the commonality. So if 4 tents have one man 4 times, automatically we will submit their name to CDC. So the judges across the board that has the most votes, we call it votes for want of a better term, they are the ones who will submit to CDC. So we won't submit the exact 5. There are times when our submission has been accepted. There are times when CDC makes an intervention. Sometimes when we raise issues, it leads to another issue. But because I am cognizant of the times of the essence, because I could just put one thing simply on the board, it might make some people believe, like look at me the wrong way. But really and truly, competitors will never choose their own referee. Never. 2 football teams can decide, I want you this and I want you that. I just leave that. The point I'm making, we need to do a lot of deliberation. We need to do a lot of things to enhance the art form. But that is for another day. So that's giving the process. Chief judge, CDC could say, okay, I wanted to be the chief judge.
Yeah, but what criteria are they using?
Well, based on experience.
Mr. President.
Hold on, based on experience.
What is the experience?
What experience means? No, what experience means? No, try to understand me. If we talk about Calypso, what experience means?
Yeah, but experience as a playing musician. Experience as
We're talking about a judge here. Certain qualities. Yeah. Judge. Different persons. If we start, listen. Different persons. If we start departmentalize it, right? A man might just be a musician. A man might be a songwriter and a musician. A man might be a songwriter, producer. And we look at, we're doing judging. And you're dealing what you think is the person's capacity to lead. So that is it. If you start kind of nitpick, then you're going to find yourself in real trouble.
Mr. President.
But experience has to be one.
Mr. President, one thing that I observe for the last 2 or 3 carnivals or season is that judge, I guess because the pool of judge is small, but we find the same judges judging like 3-4 shows going down. You see in Pina, you see in Nantan, you see in, we need to get a bigger pool of judge, because at every, not that you have to change judge from every stage you go. Not all the judges, but judges has to be changed for every stage. That is how.
I pay you wrong this thing long enough. Judges are hard and scarce to find. People just cuss judges. People, family, just tell them, me why that I know we approach people already. Wait
okay.
no Kaba, wait no man. Wait no man, what's wrong with you? No, but you know that. Listen, Kaba, just consult me. For your information, I'm still the PR of the Calypso Association, duly elected. Now, over the years, we've been trying to solicit new persons to judge. These young women here, okay? Kaba came and Kaba told me some people he felt had the ability, and they were brought in. So I know some of these people. But I know CDC that's kind of mess up in that they don't want to have the final say. Because sometimes you suggest to people and CDC have their own ideas. Okay, but Kaba been working on that, so I give him some credit for that. But you have to understand that judges ain't easy to get. And this is why we have this, to see if we could get some new people. Is that right, Mr. President?
Yeah, so I like to speak with evidence, right? Yeah. That's me. And now, look in this room here. Look around. The only person new to me in this room here is this young man who's in a Maxon Ola. Only person new to me. I personally spoke to person, now with the telephone, so I don't know if it's this person where if somebody imitate his voice, spoke to them face to face. You saw somebody everybody is trying to get all the time. You saw him come to Melville Jack. You saw Melville Jack at the right, although he doesn't want to. I spoke to people personally. And persons know the efforts I just make. Every Monday night we get an opportunity. We do it on the program that me and Patrick co-host. I ask Calypsonians, I ask the judges them, identify persons you know have competence. Because that is begging me, competence. Can I determine if a judge competent, yes or no? Hell no. How can I determine Monty is a musician, I don't know note of music, is a good musician? I can determine what is pleasing to my ear. But I don't. Let's look at court law. If I am not an expert, if you're going to court law, don't go you say your evidence mean nothing. Once it's to deal with export issue, once you're not, it don't mean anything. Once you have to deal with, if it's a psychologist, I can't go and give a psychologist opinion. You understand the point I'm making here? So I do my role. I know that my strength is administrator, and that's what I do. I stay away from the technicalities and so on. Just like President Obama, he's not an economist, he listens to his advisors and he makes decisions.
Kaba, I know that you said in terms of the score sheet, right? That discussions were held, and this year the Calypsonians would have access to their score sheets, right? We went through the process of how the judging is done, the auditors and so on and so forth. At the ending of the night, after the results are handed down and everything is done, where do the score sheets reside?
The auditors.
With the auditors? And if they reside with the auditors, how much days does the auditors have with the score sheets before they end back up in the production people hand, which is CDC?
Well, that I cannot say. No, I'll answer that I cannot say, but to answer this way, it is the property of CDC.
It ain't seems so.
I'm telling you, it's the property of CDC. If CDC demand that they want their thing, that is why we have identified shortcomings. It's CDC owned. CDC show. It belongs to CDC, it's their show.
Right, so if the competition happens, I don't see why it's taking months and years for the property to get back to CDC if it's CDC show.
Listen what we have said. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't want us to be hashed up.
Make it happen.
We have accepted what it is. What we can do is try and correct it. And that's why I say person who is hashing it would not give you a solution. You are correct. So now CDC has to put measures in place that as soon as possible, their property is in their hands. You understand? Hello?
Right.
Those things belong to CDC, not to any auditor.
Right. So.
Excuse me. Let me just repeat myself. Let me see if I can repeat myself. I just said the scores are the property of the CDC. Doesn't that mean that they belong to CDC? That's what I just said.
You said that after the fact. You said the auditors.
No, he didn't. No. He's talking factually. We're taking factually here. She's speaking factually. Where would it reside with? When it leaves this thing, it resides with the auditor, but belongs to CDC.
When the results are announced, Kaba said the scores. I asked where they reside. After that, he said with the auditors.
Of course.
Yeah, Kaba, I wanted to say, because I know that you represent the Calypsonians Association and the CDC. So essentially, you are part of the CDC. I think that really advocating to address the issues as what you've identified, the need for judges and the improvement of culture generally in the country. I think that these are the things that the CDC needs to be advocating more for. How do we address? Do we continue just saying, well, we have a problem in the area of assessment when it comes to shows and so on? Or do we actually develop people to address that need? So I really think that in terms of, you're running shows and so on, but CDC probably has to advocate more to improve the entire arena.
That's true. CDC role is for development. That's the main role, right? Calypso Association will advocate on behalf of the Calypso Association. Let me just tell you what is my message to CDC, if it could help you all out. And person could attest it. I don't like bring things out my thing. I said to CDC at the very first all the meetings then, I am here representing the Simpkins and Grandins Calypso Association, not all Kaba Bennett. By virtue of that, I am on your board. So look at me as a trade unionist. If people understand what a trade unionist does, that's what I always do them. So my first responsibility is to speak on behalf of the Calypso Association. Anything the executive tell me to say, that is what I say. And of course, because I'm CDC, if there are broader issues, I will be a part with my submissions and my presentations.
Okay, Kaba. We're here long enough. I want next time all here workshop all and come in. Right at 3:30. So officially we finish. We could continue the conversation if you want. Snuffy, because you're a veteran and you and 3-5 Charles had beat you when you're acting on stage, I'll give you the last say.
Okay, I have a problem with the judges. And it was the CDC. Somebody, the state, they just know what is the criteria of the judges. Now, Fana and Calypso, they stand it on. And also, Calypso judging, and fan judging, and nice judging, some of the judging do not have the criteria. It's judging nice, it's judging fan. 80% like years to judge Calypso. Only the years since 1972, I did the 4 part. And I know here, the judging of the nice is not satisfactory for me. And I am putting it right now. I want to be a part of the nice judging this year.
Sophie, you coming for campaign? Sophie, you really are the final word. Right. Yeah. Sophie, thank you very much. It's 3:30. We call it an official close. We'll turn off the mic. We thank the guys for Dynamites, who sent a lot of texts. Kaba, you got them.
I got the text.
You could share them with the rest of the executive.
Of course.
And so on. There are some notes the different groups, if you have a note still, give them to
Yes,
Kaba.
yeah, all the notes, all the
So you could share them with the executive.
all the group notes. Please submit them. to
Yeah.
me. All right.
All right, and don't forget we'll have the online meeting to go through the proposed new criteria. And also by that time, Kaba, we will have a proposal, take into consideration Cummins' position, IPA, Patches, and Zainab position about the thing. Right?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
for 2026 Carnival Calypso season, we will have a new dispensation. And as Kaba indicated, there will be a general meeting soon. And it sounds like a campaigning too. Sound like stuff you're campaigning too. So thanks everyone. Dynamites, you're number one. We wish you all the best. And before I go, we the judges, we were very happy with the arrangements by Dynamites in New York, and we think we should put it on record that we really were impressed with the organization. Not that we're impressed with St. Vincent, but we just want to give Dynamites a special hand, because being in the diaspora, no CDC up there, you know, that they really did a good job. All right? So happy Carnival to everyone, and see you in the tent. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.